Chapter 3:18. When Seito and the other members of Group 19 arrived at the lakeside, the place was already filled with people. Dozens of men and women, old and young, dressed differently according to the situation of their respective teams, lined up behind their captains. Seeing this, Seito and the other four naturally walked to the edge of the line and stood behind Kitagawa Kazushi. Not long after they took their positions, an old man who was about 1.5 meters tall had his hands behind his back. His body was thin, a little stooped, and his face was full of wrinkles. He had sparse white curly hair to the point where one could see his scalp. He walked to the front of all the teams and stood on the platform that was built in advance, surrounded by a dozen men and women in black uniforms with solemn expressions. That seemingly small, somewhat frail body stood on the high platform for a moment, his body straightened, and suddenly released a heavy and majestic aura, oppressing everyone present. Seito, who was caught off guard, instinctively felt his heart sink under the oppressive aura of the old man, and then the power in his body spontaneously revolved, resisting the oppressive aura outside his body. Beside him, Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi each used their own means to resist the oppressive aura outside their body. That middle-aged man called Iwamoto Jie, whose complexion was somewhat pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, clenching his teeth and persisting. Fortunately, the old man on the high platform was prepared to intimidate these scattered people and family members who came to take refuge, and didn't have any intention to do anything, so the aura only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it was withdrawn by the old man on the high platform. Then the old man on the high platform bent his body again, like an ordinary old man, looked at the people present and said indifferently, "I am the current head of the Ministry of Environment, Tsuchimikado Eugene. I don't care why you came to Tokyo Barrier Circle, but since you have temporarily joined our Ministry of Environment, then you have to listen to my orders. If anyone disobeys orders, kill without mercy." Yes, Tsuchimikado Darren. Everyone was first intimidated by Tsuchimikado Eugene's aura. Then, he was influenced by Tu Yumike's identity. He naturally wouldn't take Tu Yumike's words to heart. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Very good." Tu Yumike's faintly nodded and said, "Execute according to the established plan." Yes. Behind Tsutomu Yuzan, a burly man with a solemn expression replied respectfully. Soon after, Tu Yuzan walked down from the high platform and walked towards the tent at the side. Finally, he disappeared into the tent. "Let's go." The burly man took a step forward and shouted to the crowd. Yes. The 19 captains immediately responded in a loud voice. Then, each of them called for their own team members and scattered in all directions. "Let's go," Kitagawa Kazushi said to the remaining 5 members behind him. "What is our mission?" Following behind Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko asked. "Our mission is very simple. We're going to XX village to defend against the demon beasts attacking from there with Group 7, Kitagawa Kazushi explained as he led the group toward the northeast. "Then what's up with that team?" At this time, Seito's gaze looked at the remaining team of 20 or so people and asked, "Oh, that's a mobile unit. They're in charge of supporting the various areas." Kitagawa Kazushi followed Seito's gaze and explained, "That's not right. Why are the frontline defense teams made up of people like us? What about the members of your environment department?" Iwamoto, who had recovered, frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Hearing Iwamoto's question, Kitagawa Kazushi, who was originally smiling, frowned and stopped smiling. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Iwamoto's face with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "You don't need to question the arrangements of the headquarters. If you're not happy with this, you can leave the team and find a way to survive." Iwamoto, who was a little uncomfortable under Kitagawa Kazushi's sharp gaze, quickly changed his expression, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to leave the team and find a way to survive. He didn't say anything for a long time and lowered his head with a face full of resentment. He silently followed behind Kitagawa Kazushi. However, perhaps he was afraid that Eriko and the others would have other thoughts and affect the team's strength. Kitagawa Kazushi explained the arrangements of the Environment Department. The other members of the Environment Department also have their own missions, but their missions are more secretive. They won't be coming with us. The rest of the way was silent. In the silence, the group quickly arrived at the defensive zone. The moment they arrived, another team of 8 ran over from another street and joined them. "Yo, Ching-shan." Kitagawa Kazushi greeted a young man in the team. "Kitagawa." The young man called Ching-shan raised his hand and greeted him. He then glanced at Seito and the others behind Kitagawa Kazushi and said, "Looks like you guys are the 19th team." "Yes." Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and asked in return, "What's your plan?" "I don't have any plans. What about you?" Ching-shan looked at the 7 men and women behind him and shook his head. "Since you don't have any plans, why don't we just combine our 2 teams? After all, we're facing an army of magical creatures this time. It's safer to have more people," Kitagawa Kazushi said. "Sounds good." Ching-shan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The 2 teams combined. Together with the captains, Ching-shan and Kitagawa Kazushi, they formed a 14-man team. "Who's a yin-yang master?" Kitagawa asked everyone after the teams had combined. Me. Me. Me too. Me too." The 4 men, including Seito, gestured with their hands. "Good. The 4 of you, set up a defensive barrier here as a base," Kitagawa Kazushi said as he pointed at the surroundings. "Okay." Seito and the others agreed. Then, they walked out of the team and gathered together to discuss. After reaching a consensus, they began to set up the barrier according to the results of their discussion. "Who among you can attack from afar?" Kitagawa Kazushi asked the remaining 8. "I can." "Me." "Me too." 2 men and 1 woman walked up to them and said. Kitagawa Kazushi turned to look at Ching-shan. Ching-shan nodded knowingly, then stepped forward and said to the others, "When the battle starts, you guys will follow me and be in charge of long-range attacks." "Yes." The 3 of them replied loudly. "Among the 5 of you, is there anyone who can't fight in close range?" Kitagawa Kazushi asked Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yayi Iwamoto Jie, and another man. "My ability isn't suitable for close-range combat." Iwamoto Jie raised his hand and said. Kitagawa Kazushi's eyes flashed and he asked, "What is your ability?" "My ability is more inclined towards curses," Iwamoto Jie explained. At the same time, he turned his head to look around and found a telephone pole not far away. He reached out and shouted. A gray mist quickly rushed out of Iwamoto Jie's hand and pounced on the electric pole. Cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the originally sturdy electric pole. There was no need for anyone to knock it. It naturally fell off the pole and onto the ground. It shattered into a pile of stone powder. "Not a bad ability." Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and said, "When the battle starts, you'll be in charge of cursing the magical beasts." "Okay." Iwamoto Jie agreed. "Then you guys will be in charge of close-range combat with me," Kitagawa Kazushi said to Eriko and the others. "Okay." Eriko and the others nodded in agreement. Squad 7, Squad 19, a group of magical beasts, has appeared 300 meters away from you. There are more than 500 of them. There are no C-grade magical beasts. Make sure to block them. At this moment, Ching-shan and Kitagawa Kazushi's earphones suddenly rang with a young female voice. "Everyone, be on guard." Hearing the report, Kitagawa Kazushi and Ching-shan shouted at the same time. "How's the barrier going?" Kitagawa Kazushi turned to Seito and the other Onmyojis and asked. "It'll be done soon." One of the Onmyojis replied. "Good. You guys continue," Kitagawa Kazushi shouted. He then turned to Ching-shan and said, "Looks like we'll need to buy them some time." "And Qing Shan nodded. The magical beasts moved very quickly. The distance of 300 meters was covered in less than 2 minutes. They appeared in front of Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. After exchanging glances with Qing Shan, Kitagawa Kazushi turned to Eriko and the others and yelled, "Let's go!" After saying that, he pulled out a slender cylinder with a diameter of 4 centimeters from his waist and swung it to the side. Immediately, 4 to 5 smaller cylinders popped out from the cylinder in Kitagawa Kazushi's hand and turned into a short stick that looked like a pointer. Kitagawa Kazushi then turned his wrist. A flash of electricity immediately flowed along the pockmark-like short stick. Kitagawa Kazushi immediately charged at the group of magical beasts with the short stick in hand. "Let's follow them," Eriko said to Suzu Ito and Yi beside her. Then, she swung the battle sword in her hand and charged forward with Suzu Ito and Yi. Behind them, the remaining male team member clenched his fists in front of him and quickly ran forward. Soon after, Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, and the male team member blocked the path like an iron wall. They began to kill the hundreds of magical beasts that were charging at them. Every magical beast that reached the 5 of them. If they weren't struck in the head by Kitagawa Kazushi's lightning whip, their arms would be broken and they would be electrocuted to death. If they weren't killed by Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi's swords, then they would be beaten to a pulp by the last male boxer. Behind the 5 of them, Qing Shan and the others weren't idle either. They were also blocking the magical beasts. Ice arrows, fireballs, sand, and torrents flew past Kitagawa Kazushi and the others and bombarded the magical beasts' bodies, killing them. The one who shot the ice arrows was Qing Shan, the one who shot the fireballs was a white-collar man in a suit, the one who shot the sand was a middle-aged man who looked like a homeless person, and the one who shot the torrents was the only female among the 4. On the other hand, Iwamoto's eyes flashed. He took a few steps forward and arrived behind Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. He released his curse at the magical beasts not far away. Following the sudden appearance of a large cloud of gray dust, the magical beasts that were enveloped in it immediately became weak. Their limbs became weak, and their movements became sluggish. They were effortlessly killed by Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. After they killed over 100 magical beasts, Sei Ito and the other Onmyoges who set up the barrier finally completed their task. One of them, a very fashionable young man with a flowery cloth wrapped around his head, shouted to Kitagawa Kazushi and the others, "The barrier is set up." "Good." Kitagawa Kazushi immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat into the barrier." After receiving Kitagawa Kazushi's order, Qing Shan immediately ran into the barrier with the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. Then, he increased the intensity of his attacks to help Kitagawa Kazushi and the others retreat. With the help of Qing Shan and the other 3, Kitagawa Kazushi soon led Eriko and the others back into the barrier. As for Iwamoto, he had already retreated after Qing Shan and the others entered the barrier. After everyone entered the barrier, Sei Ito and the other 3 Onmyoges simultaneously formed hand seals and shouted to the void, "Form." In an instant, a semicircular transparent shield emitting a faint yellow light appeared above everyone's head, blocking the fiendish demons that followed behind them. Then, the 3 Onmyoges, including Sei Ito, immediately let go of their hands and stopped supporting the barrier. The Onmyoges who had been forming hand seals all this time maintained the barrier. This was what the 4 of them had discussed beforehand. Everyone would take turns maintaining the barrier to prolong its existence. With the barrier's protection, everyone let loose and began slaughtering the magical beasts. In just a short while, the magical beasts were once again pushed back from the barrier. Kitagawa Kazushi and the other 4 immediately stepped out of the barrier and formed an iron wall to block the magical beast's attack. At the same time, they reduced the energy consumption of the Onmyoges maintaining the barrier. Squad 7, Squad 19, there's another wave of 300 magical beasts approaching your position. There's a magical beast with rank C among them. Be careful to resist. Just as everyone had killed until there were only 200 magical beasts left, Kitagawa Kazushi and Qing Shan received another report from the rear. Shit, there's already a rank C in the second wave. Will the third wave be a rank C plus or B-? Kitagawa Kazushi cursed inwardly. After all, Kitagawa Kazushi was only a rank C+. He wasn't even at the peak. If a rank B really came, then they might as well just wait for death. However, regardless of what Kitagawa Kazushi was thinking, the second wave of magical beasts still arrived as scheduled. Several hundred magical beasts wrapped in magical beasts made of magical beasts charged toward the remaining 200 magical beasts in the blink of an eye. The magical beasts, which had already taken the form of magical beasts, immediately expanded and devoured the magical beasts. Then, they condensed into a ball of magical beasts in front of their mouths and spat it at Kitagawa Kazushi and the other four. Not good, quickly retreat into the barrier. Kitagawa Kazushi's expression changed drastically. Then, he retreated back into the barrier with Eriko and the others. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 319. The instant they retreated into the barrier, the ball of Yao Qi immediately passed through the place where the five of them were originally standing and bombarded the barrier. Boom! A violent explosion was transmitted from the surface of the barrier. The shock wave from the collision of energy immediately caused the barrier to shake violently. The Yin-Yang master, who did not expect the magical beasts to use such a powerful move as soon as they arrived, was immediately injured by the shock wave transmitted back from the barrier. His face immediately became pale, and his face was covered in sweat as he tottered. At this moment, Seito and the other two immediately formed a seal with their hands and reinforced the barrier. Wah! After Seito and the other two took over the maintenance of the barrier, the Yin-Yang master could no longer endure the surging blood in his body, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seito and Eriko, who were in the air, glanced at each other. They knew that the attack of the magical beasts was related to the monster that once fought against the Azure Dragon Shikigami in Kyoto. Iwamoto Jia, release your curse to reduce the strength of those magical beasts. Qing Shan and the others, think of a way to disperse this new wave of magical beasts. The close combat team and I will be responsible for attracting their attention. Kitagawa Kazushi quickly said to everyone. Okay. Qing Shan immediately replied. I understand. Iwamoto Jia nodded. Good, let's go. Kitagawa Kazushi swung his lightning baton and said to Eriko and the others behind him. After saying that, he brought Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, and the male boxer out of the barrier again. Disperse. After running out of the barrier, Kitagawa Kazushi smashed the head of the magical beasts in front of him with a blow, then turned around and rushed to the left. At the same time, he said to the four people behind him. Okay. Eriko and the others replied in unison. They also killed the magical beasts in front of them, and each chose a direction to move in. As a result, the huge beast that was originally preparing to absorb the surrounding magical beast's chi to attack had to stop gathering chi. It dispersed into a dark cloud of magical beasts, and reinforced the bodies of all the magical beasts present. In an instant, the aura of the D-rank cannon fodder demons immediately changed. They had become D+ level magical beasts, and there were even a few magical beasts that broke through the limit of D+ level and became C level magical beasts. They excitedly surrounded Eriko and the others. Hideo Oya, Kyoko Osaki. The two of you try to combine your abilities and send them to the demon's feet. Sudashin, come with me and help Kitagawa and the others kill the magical beasts. Qing Shan said to the three people beside him as soon as Kitagawa Kazushi and the others ran out of the barrier. Yes. The three of them responded in unison, and then Hideo Ohaya and Kyoko Osaki, who were dressed as vagrants, gathered together. While sending sand and torrents to the demon's feet, they tried to combine their abilities. Meanwhile, Qing Shan and Suda Shin took a step forward to the edge of the barrier and began shooting at the magical beasts outside. At this moment, Iwamoto, who no one was paying attention to, was silently releasing his curse on the magical beast. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the range of his curse would more or less touch Kitagawa Kajushi's range of activity. However, he was too secretive, and no one noticed his little movements. Squad 7, Squad 19, another wave of magical beasts is approaching. There are 200 of them, and there are magical beasts at C+ level. Be careful to resist. Before Kitagawa Kajushi and the others could clear out the several hundred magical beasts in front of them, a female voice rang out. The female communicator's voice once again rang out in his earpiece, informing him and Qing Shan about another wave of magical beasts approaching. Fu Sike. Hearing the report, Kitagawa Kajushi and Qing Shan's expression changed at the same time, and they cursed loudly. Kitagawa, the situation is bad. Let's retreat to the second line of defense, Qing Shan shouted to Kitagawa Kajushi while shooting ice arrows at the magical beasts. How long did we last? Kitagawa Kajushi asked without turning his head as he electrocuted the magical beasts in front of him with his lightning whip. What he did not notice was that behind him, an undetectable gray cloud of dust was moving toward him. 7 minutes. Qing Shan lowered his head to look at the watch on his wrist and replied loudly. All right, let's retreat. Kitagawa Kajushi shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The gray cloud of dust suddenly pounced on his back, and a strange feeling spread from his back to his heart. However, the feeling quickly disappeared, and Kitagawa Kajushi thought it was just an illusion, and did not take it to heart. He immediately killed the magical beasts in front of him with his lightning whip, and gradually regrouped with Eriko and the others, and retreated into the barrier. Hideo Oya, Kyoko Osaki, how are you two doing? Qing Shan saw Kitagawa Kajushi and the others returning into the barrier, and immediately turned to the two who were researching the combination of their abilities. We barely managed to piece them together. They're not of much use for now, Hideo Oya, who was dressed like a vagrant, replied. Forget it, let's attack the magical beast's feet first to delay their movements, then we'll retreat to the second line of defense, Qing Shan said. Okay. Hideo Oya and Kyoko Osaki nodded, and activated the sand and torrent at the same time. 2 kinds of energy, one earth and one water, immediately rushed out of the enchantment and shot into the ground under the demon's feet. Immediately, the originally flat concrete road immediately turned into a large piece of sand. Under the effect of the torrent, it turned into a piece of muddy quicksand, sticking to the demon's footsteps. Let's go. Qing Shan quickly ran to the injured Onmyoji and carried him on his shoulder. Then, together with Kitagawa Kajushi, they retreated to the second line of defense. Just as they left, a loud noise came from behind them. The barrier that was originally standing in place immediately exploded into a pile of irregular fragments and disappeared in the wind. Hideo Oya, Kyoko Osaki attacked the ground again. Qing Shan looked back at the shattered barrier and said to the two in the team, Okay. The two nodded, and while running, they released the sand and torrent abilities behind them, turning the concrete road into a muddy swamp. With the swamp as a distraction, the pressure on the team was finally reduced, and they focused on rushing to the second line of defense. Soon, under the lead of Qing Shan and Kitagawa Kajushi, the team arrived in front of a shining golden barrier. Qing Shan took out a paper talisman from his chest and shook it. The paper talisman instantly turned into fragments and floated into the barrier. The next moment, a door large enough for one person to pass through appeared on the surface of the barrier. Let's go in, Qing Shan said, and took the lead in carrying the injured Onmyoji. With Qing Shan's demonstration, the others did not stop and passed through the barrier one after another. When the last team member passed through the barrier, the door on the surface of the barrier suddenly closed, as if it had never appeared, and returned to its original appearance. "Why are you back so soon?" Seeing Qing Shan and the others enter the barrier, a young man wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Environment asked with a frown. "There's nothing we can do. The magical beasts came too quickly. We haven't even finished clearing the first 2 waves, and the 3rd wave has already arrived. If we don't retreat now, I reckon we'll die there," Kitagawa Kazushi said helplessly. "Is that so? Then you should go back and rest." The young man swept his gaze over the team and said with a nod. "Okay," Kitagawa Kazushi replied and led the team to the back. On the way to the back, Seito discovered that the so-called second line of defense was not ordinary. In addition to the barrier that he saw at the beginning, there were also anti-spiritual weapons that he had seen before. Among them, there were light anti-spiritual machine guns that he had seen before, and there were also some things that he had never seen before. A large number of men dressed as members of the 8th room were carefully cleaning the guns in their hands. Next to the members of the 8th room, several members of the other rooms were either leaning against the wall with their arms crossed, resting with their eyes closed, or playing with the fragments in their hands. They didn't seem to be nervous about the upcoming battle at all. Since there is a second line of defense, there should be a 3rd and 4th line of defense. I don't know what's arranged in the back of the line of defense. Seito looked around and thought to himself, "Okay, that's it. Everyone take a good rest. Maybe we'll be needed later." After everyone arrived at an open space, Kitagawa Kazushi stood still, turned around, and said to everyone, "Huh." Hearing Kitagawa Kazushi's words, the male boxer immediately let out a long sigh, sat on the ground without caring about his image, and said, "We've escaped for the time being. It's just a tribulation, I don't know what will happen next." Suda Shin, who was dressed like a white-collar worker, walked to the fence on the side, turned around and sat on it and said aloud, "It's just a tribulation, why think so much?" Oya Hideo, who was dressed like a vagrant, didn't care about the cleanliness of the ground. He directly laid on the ground, supported his head with one hand, and said with his eyes closed. He looked like he didn't care about life and death. Cough, cough, cough. The Onmyoji, who had just been put on the ground by Qing Shan, immediately coughed violently, and his pale face was worrying. "How are you?" Kyoko Osaki, who was a woman, walked to his side and asked with concern. "I'm okay, I won't die." The Onmyoji smiled self-deprecatingly. As for the rest of the people, such as Iwamoto, the 2 Onmyoji, Qing Shan, Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko, Seito, Suzu Ito, Yi, and others, none of them were interested in chatting, and each found a place to rest. Compared to the others who found a corner to rest, Seito and the others found a large open space and sat together. Time slowly passed by while everyone was resting quietly. At this moment, the sound of intense gunfire suddenly came from a place not far away, awakening the few people who were resting. Everyone immediately stood up from the ground and adjusted their state of mind without saying anything else. "Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 320. You guys follow me. At this time, a young man in the uniform of the Ministry of Environment walked over and said to everyone. Then, without waiting for others to answer, he turned around and walked in the direction of the voice. After everyone looked at each other, the 2 captains, Kitagawa Kazushi and Aoyama, led them to the battlefield not far away. The journey was not far, it was only a matter of a few steps, so everyone quickly arrived at the battlefield. In front of the barrier that had once blocked everyone from entering, the entire street was now densely packed with fiendish demons. They seemed to be scattered in front of the barrier. Some were attacking from afar, some were attacking from close range. They were using their own methods to attack the barrier. On the other side of the barrier, which was the line of defense of the Ministry of Environment, more than 20 members of Room 8 were neatly divided into 3 teams. Of the 2 teams, one team half knelt in front of everyone, and the other team stood behind the team, holding light machine guns loaded with special bullets with both hands, shooting freely at the demons in front of the barrier. Several people in the other team directly scattered to the two sides of the previous two teams, looking for shooting points to shoot at the demons. Duh, as the muzzle of the machine guns in the hands of the members of Room 8 splashed with sparks, a sound like the engine of a tractor continued to sound. A large number of shells with yellow light ejected from the guns, after a small parabola, fell to the ground, making a ding sound. "You guys, come here." Just when everyone was stunned by the scene that resembled a war scene, the young man who greeted everyone before said, "Let's go." Kitagawa Kazushi said. Then everyone came to the young man's side. "Take two each, when I say throw them, throw them." The young man kicked the large box filled with grenades next to his feet. The black box that also looked like a grenade said, "What is this?" Suda Shin stepped forward and took out a black object, and asked in confusion, "Special purpose tactical grenade." Hearing Suda Shin's question, the young man explained lightly. Then Suda Shin, who got the answer, didn't say anything. He casually took two grenades from the box and retreated to the side. Then, the others followed suit and took out two grenades from the box one after the other. After everyone was done, the young man bent over and took out a grenade from the box and lightly tossed it in his hand. "Do you see the red ring on the grenade? Once I say throw, it'll be over. Immediately pull the tab open and throw it at those demons. Do you understand?" The young man said again. "Understood." Other than Sei Ito, Kitagawa Kazushi, Aoyama, and Iwamoto Jie, the rest of the men said excitedly. At this moment, the young man turned his head and looked at the demons who were still destroying the enchantment. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Throw!" As he spoke, his empty left hand immediately pulled the ring on the grenade. He turned around and threw it at the demon. After him, the others who received the order also pulled the pin without hesitation and threw the grenades in their hands at the magical beast. Boom! 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 In the next moment, several explosions were heard from the group of magical beasts. A white mist suddenly emerged from the group of demons and quickly spread to a certain range. All the demons who were covered by the white mist immediately had a layer of white frost appear on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen, and then in the next moment, they shattered into countless ice cubes with impurities and scattered on the ground. "Wow, that's great!" The man with a flower-colored headscarf, the young onmyoji who was dressed fashionably, praised. "Continue." The young man shouted at the people who were sighing. "Yes." Everyone quickly responded, turned around and took the grenades, and then threw them at the group of demons under the young man's order, freezing the demons one by one. After 5 consecutive times, there were less than 10 demons left in the field. But all of them were above C-class, and this kind of trick could not play much of a role. Only the masters were responsible for cleaning them up. The members of the Environment Department here were obviously aware of this, so after seeing the 10 demons, the gunfire that had not stopped for the first time. Then, several combatants from the other departments that Sei Ito had seen came out of their leisurely state. With a serious face, they walked out of the enchantment and faced the demons. Immediately, an evenly matched battle unfolded outside the enchantment. Needless to say, the demons were all full of demon aura, and various changes of attacks continued. The Environment Department was a little different. The several people who went out to fight each other had different methods, but none of them were the same. But like the demons, various changes of attacks were at their fingertip. The two sides went back and forth, with sound and light effects. It was like watching a movie with special effects. A moment later, after paying the price of one member's death, 2 members were seriously injured and disabled, and several others were injured. They successfully killed the 10 demons. At this time, the members of the Environment Department who had returned to the barrier each took out a talisman paper and activated it. A green energy light appeared on the bodies of the injured members of the Environment Department. healing their injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopping their bleeding to save their lives. This healing method was clearly the rejuvenation talisman made by Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito, Eriko, Yi Tingling, and Yi Yi looked at each other, all of them expressionlessly and silently watching. At this time, they did not want to be discovered by the members of the Environment Department because of a little abnormality. Then, they would recall their origins and bring about other troubles. Soon, the green energy on the members of the Environment Department disappeared completely. Then, no matter if they were seriously injured or not, they all looked at the rejuvenation talisman that had turned into a pile of powder with pity, closed their eyes and rested. It seems like each of them only had one talisman. If that's the case, then it's reasonable. Seito and Eriko looked at each other and secretly thought. All members, prepare your equipment and get ready for battle. At this time, the person in charge of the defensive line shouted. Yes. The members of the 8th room immediately replied. You guys don't need to go back. Just stay here, so that when the fight starts again, we won't have to look for you guys. The young man in charge of the grenades casually put the lid on the box, sat down, and raised his head to Sei Ito and the other 14 people. Okay. Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and agreed. Then, everyone found a place to sit down and rest. About 5 minutes later, a loud sound suddenly came from not far behind them. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a huge wave of demonic chi soaring into the sky. At the same time, the Kyubi Tamamonome, who was wearing a black kimono with pink cherry blossom petals printed on it, appeared in the void. That's the combat headquarters. Several members of the Environment Department exclaimed. The Kyubi actually broke through the combat headquarters. The person in charge of the defensive line also said in shock. Boom! Another loud noise came from the headquarters, and everyone's attention was pulled back. At this time, the person in charge shouted, Everyone, listen up. As long as you can still move and run, immediately take your weapons and follow me to support the combat headquarters. Otherwise, if the Kyubi leads the army of demons to break through the combat headquarters, we won't be able to survive. Yes. Everyone in the defensive line shouted. Then, a clamor rang out as everyone picked up their weapons and prepared for battle. You guys, take as many as you can. The young man sitting on the grenade box immediately got up, raised his hand and opened the lid of the box, and said to Sei Ito and the others. At the same time, he reached into the box and began to put the grenades on his waist. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and immediately swarmed forward and reached out to grab the grenades in the box. At this time, the advantage of men was reflected. At least they were not afraid of being taken advantage of. If the women went up and squeezed, maybe they would be taken advantage of. As the only man in the Ito family, the job of snatching the grenades naturally fell into the hands of Sei Ito. At this time, he quickly ran to the box, squeezed out a onmyoji, and quickly grabbed the grenades in the box. While quietly putting the grenades in the box, he threw the grenades to Eriko and the other women behind him. As everyone scrambled for the grenades in the box were quickly emptied. At this time, almost everyone had at least 4 grenades on them. Let's go! Seeing that everyone was almost ready, the person in charge of the defensive line shouted loudly, and then rushed to the central area with his subordinates. When the others saw this, they didn't stop and quickly followed. Their path of retreat was not the one that the 9-tailed beast had broken through, nor was it close to the one that had been broken through. Therefore, they did not encounter any demon beasts along the way. Therefore, it only took them a short time to rush back to the periphery of the park where the headquarters was located. Immediately after, countless different types of magical beasts appeared before everyone's eyes, especially those near the defensive barrier of the combat headquarters. Dozens of magical beasts with energy levels of B rank and above radiated their demonic auras without concealment. The huge pressure that gathered caused everyone who had just arrived to feel their hearts sink, and a feeling of powerlessness to resist rose within them. Inside the barrier of the headquarters, dozens of experts from the Ministry of Environment sat around the edge of a huge circular array. Their hands were forming the same hand seals, their mouths were chanting the same incantation, transferring the power within their bodies to maintain the outer barrier. Not far behind them, on a small lake that was also covered by the barrier, 3 items with a large number of complex lines and strange incantations were aimed at the motionless Cubi Tamamo. A dazzling red light slowly gathered in the depths of the muzzle. Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 321. It's the demon-killing cannons. Eriko exclaimed when she saw the 3 cannon-like objects. What are those? Seito, who was standing beside Eriko, looked at the 3 demon-killing cannons and asked in a low voice. The demon-killing cannons, the ultimate weapon of the Ministry of Environment. Its full power is equivalent to the all-out strike of an S-class master. It's one of the trump cards of the Ministry of Environment to deter the whole country, Eriko explained to Seito, Suzu Ito, and Yi in a low voice. There are 3 demon-killing cannons here. If we add some other arrangements, maybe the Ministry of Environment can really repel the Cubi's attack, Eriko explained to the 3 of them and said in an expectant tone. Just as the Ito family was whispering in the back, a few people, except for the members of the Ministry of Environment, suddenly became noisy. One of them, Shin Suda, said in a trembling voice, "Can we really defeat the Cubi and his subordinates with just the few of us? What do you mean?" The young Onmyoji frowned and said with a face full of annoyance. "That's right. Can we beat them? With just the few of us?" Kyoko Osaki trembled and looked at the demons with a face full of fear. "By the way, we are not from the Ministry of Environment at all. This kind of thing is their job. Why do we have to get involved?" Another Onmyoji said with a hollow smile. Yeah, I don't want to fight with these terrifying demons." Hideo Osaki, who was dressed like a homeless man, said with a pale face. He no longer had the attitude he had when he was at the second line of defense. "Can't you see? The people from the Ministry of Environment are using us as cannon fodder," Iwamoto suddenly said in a mocking tone. The people who were already afraid of the demon aura instantly shifted their dissatisfaction and resentment to the Ministry of Environment. "I want to withdraw from the battle, I want to leave Tokyo." The Onmyoji, who was weak because of his injuries, lowered his head and said in a firm tone. Chapter 322. After a few minutes, Tamamo suddenly sighed with a lonely expression. Then, she shook the sleeves of her kimono and lowered her head to look at the battlefield below. Then, she frowned slightly and raised her right hand impatiently. Then, an energy ball emitting bright white light appeared in her hand. Like a laser, it shot towards the barrier below. Boom! When the bright white light collided with the barrier, there was a loud bang. However, to the surprise of all the onlookers, the barrier did not shatter like they had expected. It was still firmly protecting the members of the Ministry of Environmental Protection inside. Although it looked like that, the dozens of experts who were maintaining the barrier were not in a good state. The huge impact from the barrier immediately entered their bodies through the energy channels and damaged their bodies. Some of the weaker members immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh! Cubi Tamamo looked down at the barrier that was still maintained with a strange expression. She waved her hand in front of her and a few balls of light that were the same size as the bright white ball of energy immediately appeared in front of her. Then, one after another, the balls of light bombarded the barrier. Boom! 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 A few explosions immediately sounded from the barrier. What? At this time, even the pale-faced experts couldn't bear the continuous impact of the huge force and spat out a mouthful of blood. One of the big men who was maintaining the barrier suddenly said, "We can't wait any longer, we have to fight back immediately. Otherwise, we might not even have a chance." But the demon-killing cannon's energy is not complete. If we use it forcefully, it will damage the energy and release those evil spirits, a female member said anxiously. As long as we don't die after this battle, those evil spirits will be wiped out sooner or later. There is no need to worry. Therefore, I agree to use the demon-killing cannon, another member who was maintaining the barrier said. I agree as well, another person said. All right, fire the demon-killing cannon. The big man who spoke first finally decided. Then, he shouted, Okazaki! Fire the demon-killing cannon. Yes. Next to the demon-killing cannon, a middle-aged man with an X-shaped scar on his face replied immediately. He then turned around and said to the team members behind him, Fire the demon-killing cannon. Yes. The team members replied in unison. Then, he stood around the demon-killing cannon with Okazaki. Both of his hands formed a seal in front of him at the same time. At the same time, he pointed at the 3 demon-killing cannons in front of him and shouted, Activate! Under their feet, a golden circle suddenly rose from the lake and surged into the 3 demon-killing cannons, activating the runes and incantations on the cannons. Following which, 3 balls of energy that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in the mouth of the demon-killing cannon. After a few seconds, they suddenly turned into thick pillars of light and shot out. Boom! At the same time the light beam shot out, a loud sound rang out at the same time. When the light beam shot out, it brought about a shockwave that shook the surrounding people who were maintaining their hand seals. Their cheeks hurt, and they had no choice but to close their eyes and continue with their work. In the blink of an eye, the 3 demon-killing cannons shot out of the barrier and flew towards Kyubi Tamamo Mei, who was standing in the sky. The pale yellow light emitted by the 3 pillars of light illuminated her body. Under the illumination of the light, Kyubi Tamamo Mei's face suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. Boom! The 3 pillars of light hit Kyubi Tamamo Mei at the same time. A ball of energy that was as bright as the sun appeared in the sky with a loud sound. We hit her. No matter if it was Sei Ito and the others who were hiding, the members of the Environment Department, or the demons who were attacking the barrier, they all thought to themselves. Then, they all looked up at the sky with different emotions and waited quietly for the result. Soon, the ball of light that had lost the support of the energy gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared like the air. At this moment, Kyubi Tamamo Mei, who was covering her face with her right sleeve, reappeared in the sky. At the end of Kyubi Tamamo Mei's right sleeve, a large piece of cloth suddenly shattered into powder and disappeared. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, Kyubi Tamamo Mei's loud laughter suddenly sounded. Then, she moved her right sleeve away and looked down at the members of the Environment Department with a dangerous smile. Interesting, this is really interesting. I didn't think that in 1,000 years, humans would have developed to this extent. This really makes me excited. It's over. Almost all of the members of the human side had this despairing thought at the same time. The demons who had just stopped attacking suddenly howled at this time, and with a look of excitement, they attacked the enchantment again. Kyubi Tamamo Mei's right arm slowly moved, and the broken sleeve quickly repaired itself as if time was flowing backward. When Kyubi Tamamo Mei's right arm returned to her side, it returned to its original state. At this moment, Kyubi Tamamo Mei didn't make any movements, but a circular formation immediately appeared in front of her. Strange symbols slowly rotated in the space between the inner and outer circles of the formation. A ball of pitch-black lightning gradually appeared in front of the circular formation, buzzing and trembling. "Give it your all, bring me more fun," Kyubi Tamamo Mei said, and the lightning in front of her immediately exploded into a pile of lightning. Like rain, it bombarded the barrier below. Boom, 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 another series of continuous explosions sounded in the sky. After receiving who knows how many lightning strikes, the barrier maintained by dozens of experts finally couldn't withstand the bombardment and exploded into a pile of fragments, drifting down. At the same time, because the barrier was shattered, the backlash of the energy caused these dozens of experts to simultaneously spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Their pupils constricted as they stared at the black lightning that was rapidly shooting towards them. A sigh abruptly sounded in the field, clearly transmitted into the ears of all the people and demons in the surroundings. Immediately after, a golden light suddenly appeared from the ground. A huge formation that enveloped the entire park appeared on the ground. And at the center of the formation, where the dozens of environmental ministry members were, a transparent energy light enveloped their bodies, helping them to resist the lightning. Soon after, a low and deep incantation sounded. Following the incantation, the huge formation on the ground suddenly lit up and slowly rotated. A pure spiritual energy filled the heaven and earth with the rotation of the formation. Just when QB was feeling uncomfortable because of this energy, that incantation voice suddenly burst out shouting, "4 holy descents." Following that person's shout, 4 strange roars sounded from the void. Soon after, the images of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared in the sky. They descended to the east, south, west, and north of the huge formation. And following the descent of the 4 holy spirits, the weaker demons on the ground were directly intimidated by the pressure emitted by the 4 holy spirits, trembling as they squatted there. The stronger ones had ugly expressions, using their own energy to resist the pressure of the 4 holy spirits and the invasion of pure spiritual energy. Who is it? Come out! Under the dual effect of the pure spiritual energy and the pressure of the 4 holy spirits, Kyubi Tamamonome felt very uncomfortable and loudly shouted towards the people below. But that person did not answer, still maintaining the operation of the formation. A moment later, the huge formation lit up and several thick chains completely made of golden spiritual energy rose from the ground, pouncing towards Kyubi Tamamonome in the sky. Humph! Kyubi Tamamonome coldly snorted, her entire body's demonic energy erupted, forming a pitch-black snake-like creature. It flew towards the incoming chains. Pist 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 pist, a series of sounds like burning metal sounded, a large amount of white smoke drifted out from the black demonic energy snakes and the golden chains. At this moment, the vermilion bird image in the south suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red flames towards Kyubi Tamamonome. The flames turned into a flying bird in midair and flew towards Kyubi. Kyubi Tamamonome knew that the vermilion bird's flames were not to be trifled with. Her body quickly floated backwards. At the same time, she swung her sleeves. A black torrent of water rushed towards the vermilion bird's flames. But before Kyubi Tamamonome could relax, the azure dragon immediately spat out a ball of clear water. The ball of water suddenly scattered into countless water droplets in midair, flying towards Kyubi Tamamonome. Kyubi Tamamonome, who was unable to defend in time, was immediately hit by the countless water droplets. The collision of 2 opposing forces immediately shattered the kimono on her back into powder. Her jade-like fair skin was exposed. At this moment, the white tiger did not show any weakness. Its body trembled. From its body a real white tiger the size of a real tiger rushed out, pouncing towards Kyubi Tamamonome. While Kyubi Tamamonome was dodging pathetically, its tail whipped Kyubi Tamamonome's face, sending her flying. On the other side, Black Tortoise with a tortoise body and snake tail moved. The scales on its body flickered with a faint light. Its slender snake tail instantly turned into a black shadow, pouncing towards Kyubi Tamamonome. It bit Kyubi Tamamonome's neck. A pitch-black color spread out from the snake's bite. Humph! Kyubi Tamamonome frowned and groaned. At the same time, a wave of demonic energy erupted from her body, repelling all the attacks that were approaching her, and then she flew a distance into the sky. Following that, her beast eyes emitting a golden light flashed, and she let out a sharp howl towards the sky. Following Tamamonome's howl, her body was immediately enveloped by pitch-black demonic chi, turning into a huge demonic balloon. Then, under everyone's gaze, it transformed into a huge, ferocious fox with 9 tails wantonly waving in the air. Its beastly face was ferocious, and its golden beastly eyes flickered with violent emotions. Puke! Then, the 9-tailed beast raised its head and opened its mouth. A ball of jade-colored energy quickly gathered in its mouth, and was then spat out. The jade-colored ball of light shot toward the 4 Holy Spirits' fays at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Although the 4 fays were formed from energy, their instincts towards danger still existed. Therefore, when the jade ball flew over, they dodged in all directions at the same time. The jade-colored energy brushed past their energy bodies and bombarded the ground. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground at the same time with a loud bang. A large number of demons and buildings were turned into ashes by the 9-tailed jade-colored energy ball, blown away by the shockwave. Retreat! Seeing this, even the fiendish demons felt fear. One of the fiendish demons quickly shouted to the other fiendish demons. Then, the surviving demons scrambled to retreat in the direction of the capital. Mother, it seems that it's not safe here. Let's retreat. Seito looked at the huge pit in front of them, which was more than 10 meters deep, and said to Eriko and the others beside him. Okay. Eriko looked at the huge pit in front of them and nodded with lingering fear. Together with Seito, they retreated a large distance before finding a place to watch the show. At this time, the 9-tailed beast was already in battle with the 4 fays. Its 9 tails were waving about, both to defend against the attacks of the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black snake, the green stream, and the sealing chains, and also to counterattack. Waves of violent energy fluctuations came from the place where they clashed, blowing the ground like a hurricane, sweeping up a large amount of dust and rubbish. So this is the 9-tailed beast? It's so terrifying! Suzu Ito said in shock as she watched the battle between the 9-tailed beast and the 4 fays. Compared to that, I'm more curious about how the guy who set up the formation is maintaining the consumption of energy. Seito did not care about the battle between the 9-tailed beast and the 4 fays, but he was curious about the method that person used to maintain the formation. He's probably using the spirit vein, Eriko guessed. Spirit vein. Seito and Suzu Ito looked at Eriko in confusion. Yes, spirit vein. It's the path that all souls take to return to. At the same time, it's an important existence that maintains the vitality and spiritual energy of an area, Eriko explained. Spirit vein, it sounds similar to a dragon vein, but a dragon vein does not have the ability to transport souls to their final destination, Seito thought to himself. Then how do we sense the existence of the spirit vein? Suzu Ito asked curiously. Calm down and let go of your senses. Then, rely on your spiritual energy to instinctively search for the spirit vein's existence, Eriko explained. Seito tried according to Eriko's instructions. He did not know if it was because his spiritual energy was too strong, or because the super formation relied on the spirit vein's supply and made the spirit vein clear, but Seito easily sensed the existence of the spirit vein underground. When he probed the spirit vein with his spiritual energy, a large amount of noisy thoughts appeared clearly in Seito's mind. Seito felt that the chaotic thoughts had a corrosive nature, so he decisively cut them off and left the state of perception. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 323. In the sky, the 9 tails and the 4 fays were like ordinary wild beasts. They were using their claws, tails, teeth, and other innate weapons to fight and bite. However, they were different from ordinary wild beasts. Each of their attacks would bring about a powerful energy wave, forming a hurricane that ordinary wild beasts couldn't withstand. The hurricane would sweep the surrounding ground and void, causing the already damaged ground to become even more damaged. In the sky, the huge 9 tails swept the white tiger away with its tail. It turned its head and clawed at the azure dragon phase water body. It opened its mouth to bite the vermilion firebird. While enduring the burning pain, it used its hard skull to resist the black snake's venomous fangs. After the Nine-Tails attack, the azure dragon and vermilion firebird, which had reformed their bodies, rushed toward the Nine-Tails together. They crashed into the Nine-Tails' huge waist from both sides. The vermilion firebird and the azure dragon Fey immediately created two hideous wounds on the nine-tailed beast's waist, one charred and the other pitted. A large amount of white smoke rose from the nine-tailed beast's body due to the collision of the two opposing energies and drifted into the air. After the azure dragon and vermilion firebird, the black snake and white tiger rushed over one after another. In midair, the black snake's body that was bent into an S-shape suddenly stretched out. Its originally extremely fast speed instantly became invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the nine-tails and circled around its neck. At the same time, it tightened its body and bit the nine-tails' ear. Then, the white tiger roared and pounced on Cube's head. Its two sharp front claws ruthlessly scratched Cube's face, leaving 8 long wounds. Roar! The nine-tails howled in pain. However, this wasn't the end. The golden chains that had been waving like tentacles under the 4 Fays and the nine-tails immediately seized the opportunity. Nine-tails' limbs, claws, and waist were all tied up. Walla lala! Several chains wrapped around the nine-tails' body almost instantly. Roar! The nine-tails, which felt its body being bound, howled again. Its fiery demonic aura suddenly burst out and turned into black light rays that shot at the chains. Pust pust! The sound of red iron burning flesh immediately came from the golden chains, and a layer of corrosion appeared on the surface of the chains. A gap appeared as though something had gnawed on it. Although the demonic aura black light shooting at the golden chains was effective, the thickness of the chains wasn't something that could be easily broken. Furthermore, the 4 Fays wouldn't just sit there and watch the nine-tails break the chains and break free. Therefore, after the chains bound the nine-tails, the 4 Fays attacked the nine-tails again at the same time. Nine-tails' 4 limbs were bound, and the demonic aura was attacking the chains. Apart from its head and tail, it had nothing else to do. It immediately swung its tail frantically, causing an energy storm to be instantly stirred up, shooting towards the 4 Fays like a hurricane. Zh. A sound that resembled the squeaking of a mouse came from the place where the hurricane and the 4 spiritual creatures were clashing. Without the harassment of the 4 spiritual creatures, the chain on the right claw of the nine-tailed beast's forelimb was finally corroded by the demonic aura and became fragile after a moment. The nine-tailed beast struggled and broke the chain into 2. Without the energy to maintain the chain, it immediately turned into countless wisps of golden spirit energy and dissipated into the air. With the first chain there was a second and third chain. After the right forelimb, the remaining 3 chains were also broken by the nine-tails. The nine-tailed beast, who was once again free, kicked off the void and immediately pounced toward the white tiger that had just broken through the obstruction of the energy hurricane. With the help of the energy hurricane, the nine-tails easily scratched the white tiger's body, leaving dozens of bone-deep wounds. Roar! The white tiger roared in grief and turned its head to bite the nine-tails' claws. The nine-tails leaped to the side and calmly dodged the white tiger's bite. Then, the nine-tails whipped the white tiger's head, turning it into a bloody mess. The nine-tails quickly stretched out its long mouth and crushed the white tiger's head into a pile of energy, returning to the white tiger's body. Without the white tiger as a meat shield and the main combat power, the other 3 Fays were even worse. Then, the black snake was torn into pieces by the nine-tails' claws and returned to the black tortoise's body. The vermilion firebird was next. As a phoenix that had inherited the vermilion bird's characteristics, it could be reborn from desire and was not easy to kill. However, under the pursuit of the nine-tailed beast's demonic aura, it still dissipated into a stream of red energy and returned to the vermilion bird's phantom. The azure dragonwood spirit was even simpler. Without the help of the other three Fays, it could only attack by turning into dense water droplet. It was also blasted into a ball of energy by the Nine-Tails' energy. Roar! The Nine-Tails raised its head and roared at the crescent moon in the sky to vent the pleasure of its victory. Then, its golden beast eyes turned and stared at the giant array below. However, the injured experts of the Environment Province in the center of the array had been rescued when the Nine-Tails was fighting the four Fays. The Nine-Tails felt that its prey had been snatched and its eyes flashed with rage. It opened its mouth and quickly gathered a jade-colored energy ball and shot it at the giant array below. Boom! A huge explosion immediately sounded, and then a mushroom cloud rose from the array like an atomic bomb. Sigh! Suddenly, the previous sigh was heard again, followed by a burst of indistinct incantation. While Nine-Tails was looking around for the mastermind behind the scenes, the array below Nine-Tails fiercely burst out with dazzling light. Just as everyone instinctively closed their eyes to protect themselves from this sudden light, an explosion several times louder than when Cubey shot out the energy ball suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Under the gaze of Ito-sei, who used his power to protect his eyes, the huge array suddenly burst into countless glass-like energy fragments in the explosion sound. Under the subsequent golden energy fountain, the fragments flew towards the lower body of the Cubey. Swish, 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 swish. Following the attack of the golden energy and the fragments, the Nine-Tails' weak lower abdomen and sides were immediately scratched with countless huge wounds. A large amount of Fey energy quickly overflowed from the wounds on the Nine-Tails' body and drifted into the void. Oh. The Nine-Tails' expression was painful as it howled. But before it finished howling, where the golden energy pillar rose, a pitch-black energy exuding absolute evil fiercely rushed out and rushed toward the Nine-Tails in the sky together with the golden energy pillar. Oh. A howl even more painful than before came out from the Nine-Tails' mouth. The moment the malicious energy touched the nine-tailed Nine-Tails' body, it corroded the demonic aura that protected its body. It then touched its body and corroded a large piece of flesh from the nine-tailed Nine-Tails' body. A large amount of shriveled flesh appeared on the Nine-Tails' seriously injured body, making the Nine-Tails even more unbearably weak. Feeling that if it didn't leave the impact of the golden and black energy, it was very likely to die here, the Nine-Tails once again moved the Fey energy in its body, forming a layer of solid protection on its body. Then, it rushed out of the impact of the golden and black energy and ran toward the direction of the capital, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. And after the Nine-Tails completely disappeared, the sigh sounded again, the rapid incantation resounded in the quiet night sky. Then, another magic formation appeared in the sky. It was like a huge net that covered the top of the golden-black pillar of light that was still gushing out. It pressed down towards the ground. The force of the golden and black light pillar and the formation net were in a deadlock for a moment, then the formation net suddenly lit up and slowly pressed down, finally touching the ground and disappearing. Puff. The moment the formation net disappeared, a faint sound of spitting blood faintly sounded, but when Ito paid attention to it, there was no strange sound at all. That voice is definitely not a hallucination. It should be the guy who presided over the large-scale array that suffered a strong backlash after detonating the array, and then dragged his seriously injured body to seal the gushing light beam. After that, he could no longer suppress his injuries. Ito Siwei speculated all the possible reasons for the appearance of the voice after thinking about it. There's also that golden and black light pillar. After speculating the result of that strange sound, Ito put his thoughts back on the strange light pillar that repelled the Nine-Tails. That golden light pillar should be pure Ling-Chi, but what was that black light pillar filled with malice? Just as Ito was thinking about the black light pillar, a cold wind suddenly blew in the sky, making Ito feel a gloomy chill. Then, a faintly discernible and almost inaudible human voice came from the void, followed by a gray and black energy shadow that rushed out in all directions. Evil spirit. At this moment, Eriko, who had just recovered her vision, immediately discovered the abnormality in the sky and immediately cried out in alarm. Evil spirit. I got it. Seito's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, that black energy is soul energy filled with malice. Combined with the pure golden Ling Chi pillar. The other party is really ruthless. He actually detonated a hole in the spirit vein. Isn't he afraid that the evil spirit will devour it and trigger the ghost parade in advance? What's going on, Ah-Cheng? Eriko turned to look at Seito, who was deep in thought, and asked in a deep voice. Mother, you heard that loud sound just now, right? Seito, who was awakened from his contemplation, looked at Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi beside him, and said to Eriko. After receiving a nod from Eriko, he shrugged and said, that was the sound produced when the person who set up the formation detonated it. As for the abnormality now, it's the aftereffect of the explosion. But thanks to that guy detonating the formation, the Nine Tails escaped with serious injuries. In the end, Seito concluded with a smile. Chapter 324. Detonated the formation? Eriko asked in shock. You're saying that the enemy detonated the formation? Yes. Seito knew that Eriko had also thought that the detonation of the formation had damaged something, so he nodded in confirmation. Those bastards from the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Seeing Seito nod in confirmation, Eriko, who had always been a virtuous, well-mannered, and never scolded anyone, started cursing in front of Seito, Suzu Ito, and Yi for the first time. Seeing Eriko like this, Suzu Ito and Yi felt that the perfect image of Eriko in their hearts had suddenly collapsed. They looked at Eriko in shock. On the other hand, although Seito was surprised, he did not show too much of a reaction. After all, he had only lived with Eriko for 2 years, and most of that time was spent in the transmigration state. The time span was often measured in years. His impression of Eriko as a virtuous lady had not been established at all. Seito glanced at Suzu Ito and Yi, then asked Eriko, what should we do next? Since the magical beasts have all retreated, the original plan is cancelled. We should return to the Hanyama shrine now. Eriko lowered her head and decided after thinking for a while. Sounds good. Seito agreed indifferently. The three of them then left their hiding place and headed toward the Hanyama shrine in the outer 8 district. The journey was calm and they did not see any traces of magical beasts. After walking for more than an hour, they successfully returned to the shrine. Sigh, looks like we'll have to do some cleaning again. Suzu Ito sighed helplessly as she looked at the house that was destroyed beyond recognition by the magical beasts. Be content, it's good enough that you didn't tear down the house. Hearing Ito Rin's words, Ito-sei, who was standing beside her, teased. It doesn't matter, I have a rich little brother anyway. If it's really torn down by the magical beasts, you can just pay to rebuild a more beautiful one. Hearing this, Suzu Ito waved her hand indifferently. He said with a smile. Seito was stunned speechless by Suzu Ito's words. Alright, let's clean up the house first, then take a good bath and sleep. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. At this time, Eriko walked into the house and said to Seito and Suzu Ito, who were still standing there. Yes. The two of them replied at the same time. She walked into the house with Yi and began to clean the room. The 4 of them were not ordinary people. Cleaning the house was really a simple task. Even if the house was damaged by the magical beasts, Seito's alchemy helped to repair it, ensuring that it would be restored to its original state without any traces. After a while, the 4 of them finally cleaned up the house. Phew, so dirty, let's take a bath. Suzu Ito looked at her dusty clothes. She said, the bathroom hasn't been cleaned up yet, right? Seito looked at his clothes and asked. That's true. After being reminded by Seito, Suzu Ito also remembered that the bathroom had not been cleaned up. She nodded and said, "In that case, little brother, let's go clean up the bathroom." Okay. Seito nodded and followed Suzu Ito to the big bathroom. The shrine's bathroom was very big, just like the bathhouses in ancient China. The surrounding walls and floor were all made of wood. In the middle of the bathroom, there was a hole about 80 centimeters deep, and the bottom and the sides were all covered with wooden plank. The water outlet and the water inlet were on the left side of the pool and underground respectively. "It's really dirty." Suzu Ito looked at the muddy water in the pool and the broken wall around it and said with a frown, "Let's drain the water first," Seito said. Then he walked forward and found the switch to drain the water and turned on the water outlet. Following the sound of water flowing down, a whirlpool immediately appeared on the dirty water surface. Then Seito and Suzu Ito began to clean and repair the big bathroom together. Soon, the bathroom was clean again and the pool was filled with water again. Then they turned on the temperature control device in the bathroom and slowly heated the water in the pool. Then the two of them left the big bathroom and returned to the room. "Let's eat." Eriko put a plate of steaming dishes on the table and said to Seito and Suzu Ito, who walked into the room, "Mom is so thoughtful." Suzu Ito looked at the dishes on the table and smiled happily. Then she pulled Seito to the side for a simple wash, then returned to the table and sat across from Eriko. "I'll start eating." After everyone sat down, Eriko led the four of them to do the pre-meal etiquette and began to enjoy. "I'm so full." After a while, Suzu Ito, who finished eating, stretched lazily in her seat and said lazily, "Acheng, wait a few days. If the situation stabilizes, bring Reina back." Eriko, who was sitting at the table, looked at Seito and said, "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. "Mom, what do you think will happen next?" Suzu Ito looked at Eriko and asked. Before Eriko could answer, Seito took the lead and said, "Based on Kyubi's injuries, the fiendish demons in other places will probably stop for the time being. However, Kyoto will definitely be in chaos. Some people will probably follow the royal family to Tokyo. When that time comes, it will be hard to say." After all, he was the only one among the four of them who had seen Kyubi get injured and escape. He also knew the extent of Kyubi's injuries. "Acheng, to what extent is Kyubi's injuries?" Eriko asked with a frown. "It's hard to say, but the three types of high-purity energy clashed. In addition to the damage from the battle between the four Fays, Kyubi is definitely seriously injured. As for how serious the injury is and how long it will take to recover, I'm not sure. After all, Kyubi is a 1,000-year-old fiend. It's hard to say if it has any special means," Seito said helplessly. "Sigh, Kyubi's survival is always a troublesome matter." Eriko sighed. "Mom, you don't have to think so much. When Kyubi appears again, the guys from the Ministry of Environment will naturally take care of it. We should just live our lives well." Suzu Ito comforted. "Yes, even if the sky falls, there will be a big one to hold it up. If Kyubi really rules Japan, we can just go to China. Anyway, the world is so big. There will be a place to stay," Seito also said. Next, the four of them chatted for a while. After that, they finished eating and went to the bathroom to wash up. Just as the Ito family was enjoying the warm water to moisturize their skin and relieve their fatigue, Kyoto was indeed in chaos. After the seriously injured Kyubi fled Tokyo and returned to Kyoto, it immediately issued an order to the many fiendish demons that had also fled to Kyoto. It was going to use the blood of living creatures to eliminate the evil spirit's thoughts that had contaminated its body. Then, it would use the essence contained in the blood to heal its injuries. After receiving Kyubi's order, the fiendish demons that were already prepared to attack Kyoto, which was already completely unprepared, almost immediately gathered and rushed toward Kyoto. Kyoto, which was completely unprepared for the attack of the fiendish demons, was instantly killed and injured. Even if the people later reorganized the team to resist, they were defeated by the huge gap in numbers and the lack of masters. In the end, they had to hurriedly escape from Kyoto with the members of the royal family and run to the nearest Tokyo. After this battle, many small inheritances based in Kyoto were destroyed by the fiendish demons. Most of the inheritances suffered heavy casualties, and countless important information was lost. Even if the inheritances were rebuilt after the disaster, it would be difficult for them to return to their current peak state. If there was no powerful person in the future to restore the information and inheritance of the Shinto system, it was believed that after a few decades, when the old generation of masters died for various reasons, and the new generation could not take over, it would gradually lose the capital to compete with the Ministry of Environment, fiendish demons and other local forces. It would be reduced to a vassal force of the Ministry of Environment. However, that had nothing to do with the Ito family. Anyway, the inheritance of their family was in Tokyo. As long as no one made trouble, it would not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, Sei Ito could go to other worlds to snatch it, and the inheritance he obtained would only be better than the existing one. For the time being, they did not know about the bloodshed in Kyoto. After Sei Ito and the other three finished washing, they returned to their rooms to rest. In the room, Sei Ito looked at Yi, who had not seen him for almost 2 years, and his eyes flashed with passion. Then he suddenly reached out and pulled Yi, who was wearing a bathrobe and a kimono, and pushed him down on the floor. After looking at Yi, whose face was crimson and eyes were watery for a moment, he leaned over and kissed Yi's lips, and then a dexterous tongue probed into each other's mouths and entangled. At the same time, his flexible right hand skillfully pulled open the belt of Yi's bathrobe, opened the bathrobe, and immediately attacked Yi's round breasts exposed in the air. His 5 fingers like a prank played with the red particles at the top of the round breasts, provoking Yi's emotions. After a while, Sei Ito and Yi's lips separated from each other. Yi, who breathed fresh air again, breathed quickly, reached out his hands and hugged Sei Ito's neck, whispering softly, "Ah Cheng, love me." Hearing Yi's request, Sei Ito chuckled and leaned over again. Next, naturally, it was spring in the hibiscus tent, and all kinds of light and low voices were endless. After such a night of passion, the naked 2 people fell asleep in each other's arms with a satisfied face. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. The 2 people, who were refreshed, got out of bed early. After a simple wash, they changed into a set of simple home clothes and went to the hall together. After greeting Eriko and Suzu Ito, who came one after another, and had breakfast together, they began to renovate the shrine. It took almost the whole morning, and the shrine was finally restored to its original state with the efforts of the 4 people. After lunch, the 4 people began to check the defensive enchantment of the shrine. Although when they left at that time, in order to prevent the existence of the enchantment from arousing the demons' greater desire to destroy, they could not guarantee that the demons did not destroy the enchantment, so the necessary inspection was necessary. This inspection did find a lot of problems, but they were all problems left over from history. For example, the damage to the foundation caused by the previous lightning, the erosion left over from a long time ago, and so on. Although these were some insignificant problems, they seriously affected the stability of the enchantment. So after memorizing the problems, the 4 people returned to the room, found the map of the protective enchantment in the secret room, and prepared to repair the enchantment. Just as they memorized the map and were about to repair it, a group of 7 people suddenly came to the shrine. "Hello, Moroya Ito, I'm Toru Tamura, a staff member of the Environment Ministry's Special Operations Department, Room 5. Among the 7 people, a young man in a formal suit, dressed like a professional white-collar worker, introduced himself to Eriko, who was puzzled. "Hello," Eriko nodded and replied politely, then her eyes fell on the other 6 people. "These are refugees from Kyoto." Toru Tamura put his 5 fingers together and pointed to the 6 people behind him. However, He did not introduce them specifically, only using the word refugee. What's the matter? Eriko frowned and looked at the people in front of her, trying to guess their intentions. It's like this, because of the night when Kyoto bled with blood yesterday, we temporarily have no place to stay, so we would like to seek shelter at your shrine. I wonder if that's possible. Among the 6 people, a middle-aged man in a dark traditional kimono with a more dignified expression spoke. Night when Kyoto bled with blood? Eriko did not immediately agree, but she was more concerned about a word that the man mentioned. Hearing Eriko's question, the 6 people from Kyoto looked terrible. Instead, Toru Tamura was more perceptive and answered the question. Yesterday, after Kyubi escaped back to Kyoto, she issued an order to massacre Kyoto, which caused a large number of casualties. That's why it's called the night when Kyoto bled with blood. What's the situation in Kyoto now? Eriko frowned and asked. It's completely taken over by the demons. Toru Tamura sighed. I see. Eriko nodded and turned to look at the 6 people from Kyoto, then turned to look at Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi behind her. She turned back to the 6 people and said, I'm sorry, but we can't accept your shelter. What? Among the 6 people, a relatively young man in a hat shouted angrily. Why? The dignified middle-aged man in the lead looked terrible as he asked in a low voice. I'm sure you've seen that our current situation is not suitable for you to seek shelter, so I'm sorry. Eriko bowed slightly and said calmly. In fact, other than the superficial reason, there was another reason, which was that Sei Ito had too many secrets on him. It would be too dangerous to keep this group of people in the house, so whether it was for her son's safety or for other reasons, she could not keep these 6 people here. Chapter 325. I understand. The dignified middle-aged man looked at Eriko in front of him and Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi behind Eriko and nodded. Then, he bowed slightly and said, Sorry to disturb you. Then, he led the people behind him down the mountain. Then, I'll take my leave too. Seeing the dignified middle-aged man leave without saying goodbye, Tamura Toru's eyes flashed with disdain. He turned his head and bowed politely to Eriko. Take care, Eriko replied politely. Then, Tamura Toru turned and left the shrine. He caught up with the dignified middle-aged man and the others in front of him and left in a car at the foot of the mountain. Let's continue to repair the barrier. After everyone left, Eriko said to Sei Ito and the others. Then, according to the plan, she walked to the area she was in charge of. Yes. Sei Ito and Suzu Ito responded in unison. Then, Suzu Ito, Sei Ito, and Yi separated and walked to the area she was in charge of. Let's get started. Sei Ito said to Yi beside him. Then, he turned and walked into the forest toward the damaged barrier base. Behind him, Yi quickly ran over and walked side by side with Sei Ito. Soon, Sei Ito and Yukari arrived at the base he wanted to repair. After summoning the required materials, they began to repair the base. Sei Ito waved his hand and inserted a spirit staff with runes on its surface that he had prepared in advance into the ground. Then, he activated it with his mental power to temporarily replace the base and maintain the operation of the entire barrier. Then, he turned the ground over and took out the damaged base that was buried deep underground. He replaced the new base and buried it. Then, he used his mental power to carefully guide the barrier's energy flow back to the base. While he quickly put away the spirit staff on the ground and waited for it to stabilize, the base was repaired. Of course, the concealment and protection after the event was inevitable. Just like that, one by one, after more than an hour of tossing and turning, all the problems with the protective barrier of the mountain were finally eliminated. After returning to the room, Sei Ito gave Yi a meaningful look before returning to the bedroom. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and once again appeared in front of Feather. Long time no see. Sei Ito looked down from above with a mocking look on his face. Feather, who had cracked lips, sunken cheeks, and lifeless eyes, chuckled. Feather, who had been seriously injured and hadn't eaten for a few days, moved his eyelids and looked at Saito. Like a fool, he did not react at all. Looks like you need to wake up. Saito frowned and waved his hand to summon a stream of water to hit Feather's face. After the water hit his face, Feather's eyes suddenly lit up. He stuck out his tongue like a dog and licked the water that slid down his face. Are you awake now? Saito waited for Feather to lick all the water droplets around his lips clean before asking. I told you, I won't tell you. Feather looked up at Saito's legs and said in a hoarse voice. Is that so? Saito smiled. Then, he connected his mental power to the ball of willpower in the void and activated the energy inside. In an instant, a strange wave came out of the ball of willpower through a mysterious channel. It affected Feather's subconscious. A large number of thoughts jumped out of Feather's mind, affecting his originally firm willpower. At this time, Saito did not stay idle. He spread his mental power silently and surrounded Feather's head, trembling slightly according to a special wave frequency. It affected Feather's mental power outside. Under this two-pronged effect, Feather's consciousness gradually loosened. Just as Feather's eyes became lifeless, Saito suddenly asked again, Where did the smoke snakes come from? In a ruin in Egypt, Feather answered instinctively. However, this answer might have touched Feather's bottom line, causing him to instantly wake up from the mental influence. However, under the influence of the ball of willpower, his willpower loosened even more. He kept thinking in his heart, since I've already said it, why am I still holding on? Why don't I tell him everything in exchange for a quick death? This was why willpower was so domineering. No matter what one thought, they could not escape the influence of their subconscious. Unless one's willpower was strong to a certain extent, like a warrior's unshakable heart, or cultivated to the primordial spirit or nascent soul of Taoism, or possessed the ability to resist willpower, one would be brainwashed by willpower sooner or later. What did you do to me? Feather glared at Saito angrily and shouted anxiously. Have you heard of hypnotism? Saito said with a smile. You're lying to me. I've seen hypnotism. It's not so powerful. Feather said in a very disdainful tone. That only shows that you're inexperienced. Saito looked at Feather mockingly and shook his head. Then he said to himself, It turned out to be from a ruin in Egypt. It seems that I should go to Egypt to have a look when I have time. I haven't seen the pyramids yet. After that, without waiting for Feather to speak, he flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the living room. The following afternoon was basically uneventful, and the day passed peacefully. Of course, the so-called peacefulness was relative. On this night, the Black Sphere room that had stopped the mission because of the Environmental Ministry's large-scale mission opened again. In addition to the original 6 elders, Kurikawa Ritsuko, Yoshimi Yoshihisa, Nakanochi Yuko, the 13 or 4-year-old boy, and the 2 minor Environmental Ministry members, 2 women and 1 man, 3 Environmental Ministry members, and an ordinary person appeared in the Black Sphere room. Under Yoshimi Yoshihisa's explanation, the 4 newcomers who understood the current situation wisely chose to accept Yoshimi Yoshihisa's leadership. They changed into black tights, took their weapons, and were sent out by the Black Sphere to carry out the mission. This time, the mission target was no longer the Environmental Ministry members that Yoshimi Yoshihisa and others were familiar with, but the members of the Shinto system who had moved to Tokyo to take refuge because of the night of Kyoto's bloodshed. However, the number of mission targets was slightly more. It was a group of monks composed of 11 people. After a hard battle, the 4 newcomers were all killed in battle. The 2 minor Environmental Ministry members and the 13 or 4-year-old boy also died in battle. Nakanochi Yuko was cut in half at the waist, and Kurikawa Ritsuko lost an arm. They finally completed the mission. I didn't expect this Nakanochi Yuko to have made so much progress. It's like she changed into a different person. If she obtains a special ability, she will probably grow into a better combatant than both Yoshimi Yoshihisa and Kurikawa Ritsuko. It seems that I can add some of the martial arts that I snatched from the heavenly world in the exchange of the black sphere. In the bedroom, Seito put away the small black sphere in his hand and secretly thought, but the effect of martial arts is too slow. Maybe I should find something else to add. However, compared to the people who already have power in their body, how to send the first energy in the ordinary person's body is a problem. Just as Seito was thinking about adding the exchange of the black sphere to increase the combat power of the black sphere members, Tokyo was in chaos because of the death of the 11 monks who were the mission target. This made Tokyo, which was already full of contradictions because of the Kyoto system entering Tokyo, become more turbulent. Coupled with the evil spirits that had run out to wreak havoc due to the collapse of the spirit veins, over the next few days, more than 10 conflicts erupted due to various suspicions, animosity, resentment, and quarrels. Dozens of people were injured. On this day, Seito, who felt that it was really boring to stay at home all the time, finally decided to travel again. At the same time, he wanted to replenish the almost exhausted soul energy so that he could continue to provide for the growth of the will energy group. So after Seito told Yi about his plan, he said goodbye to Eriko and said that he would go to the foot of the mountain for a stroll. Then he left the shrine and came to the foot of the shrine. He found a dark corner where no one passed by and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Which world has more soul energy and is easier to get? Standing in the Rubik's Cube world, Seito frowned and pondered for a moment. Soon his eyes lit up, and he conveyed his thoughts to the Rubik's Cube with his mind. Transmission began. After receiving Seito's thoughts, the Rubik's Cube immediately operated. In the dark void, another vortex suddenly appeared. After Seito was sucked into the vortex, it turned into an almost imperceptible trace and merged into the void of the Rubik's Cube. The sound of glass breaking rang out one after another, and Ito-sei, who was feeling the comfortable feeling of the world force entering his body, woke up with a start. It can't be a battlefield again, right? Seito muttered to himself with some uncertainty. Then he walked to the window, leaned against the wall next to the window, and carefully looked outside. On the dilapidated street, a group of shabbily dressed Europeans were holding a parade on the street, shouting, "Give me back my clean earth!" while throwing stones in their hands at the glass windows that could be seen everywhere around them, shattering them one by one. They didn't care whether the other party was innocent or not. What year is this? I've just arrived and I'm already encountering a parade of blue Persian chrysanthemums. It can't be the year CE 6X, right? That's really F*** up. Seito muttered in his heart as he looked at the situation outside the window. Then he left the window and looked at the room he appeared in. This was a small bedroom, and it was a bedroom that had been abandoned for a long time. This could be seen from the overturned bed, the dirty floor, the scattered furnishings, and the thick layer of dust in the room. However, although this bedroom was dirty and messy, at least there was one thing that was useful to Seito at the moment. The calendar of CE 68. Seito picked up the dusty old calendar on the table and looked at it. When he saw the year number on the calendar, he whispered softly. Chapter 326. CE 68 Calendar. This page is from June, and based on the situation in this room, is it CE 69 or CE 70? Seito threw away the calendar in his hand and thought to himself, I hope it's CE 69. This way, I still have a chance to sneak into the Atlantic Federation and join the Bloody Valentine Project to collect the souls of 700,000 people. Seito, who knew that the most important thing now was to determine the time period, immediately left the room and walked downstairs. Expel the regulator. Give us back our blue planet. As soon as Seito left the room, The originally acceptable volume immediately became louder. Seito, who had just walked out of the building, frowned slightly. Then, he walked away against the crowd and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Ding-ling-dang-lang. A bell rang. "Welcome," a deep male voice greeted. Itose, who pushed the door into the bar, went straight to the bar, casually ordered a glass of wine, and turned his head to observe. The bar was very spacious, about 100 square meters. 1/3 of the space was occupied by the bar counter. High chairs were neatly arranged in front of the bar counter for customers to use. Above the bar counter near the wall, a 21-inch color TV was broadcasting the news. As for the remaining 2/3 of the space, it was filled with dark-colored round wooden tables. 4 round armchairs were neatly placed around the round wooden tables. Latest news: due to plants' disregard for the warning of the governing countries, they are still conducting satellite farming. Satellite agricultural production is still being carried out. In this regard, the member states have indicated that they will not rule out the possibility of using force to solve this problem. On the television screen, a female announcer was sitting upright as she reported the news. On the small screen in the upper right corner, there was a live broadcast of a member state's press conference. There, a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit was making a statement in a dignified manner. "Sir, here's your drink." The bar owner and bartender, a middle-aged European man, placed a glass of amber light on the table and pushed it in front of Seito. "Thank you." Seito reached for the glass and nodded. Then, he picked up the glass and took a sip. "Those damned regulators." The bar owner picked up the white towel under the bar and wiped the glass while cursing at the TV screen. "It looks like there is going to be a war again." A sloppy man with a slightly red face next to him heard the bar owner's words. "Yeah. How long has it been?" "Another war." The bar owner put the glass in his hand on the bar and turned his head to the man and sighed. "Damned regulator." The drunk man cursed in a low voice, his eyes filled with jealousy. "Satellite farming. It looks like it's the year CE 69, before plant. It's a good opportunity." Itose, who heard the news, didn't pay attention to the conversation between the bar owner and the drinker. After a while, he raised the glass in his hand, drank the wine in the glass, and greeted the bar owner. "Boss. What's the matter?" The bar owner walked to Itose and asked, "Do you know where the nearest army is?" Itose asked, "You want to be a soldier?" The bar owner looked at Seito, who was less than 20 years old, in surprise and kindly advised, "You are still young. Don't be fooled by the propaganda. Being a soldier is not as good as it is written in the propaganda. At this time, you are going to die on the battlefield." "Yeah, it's right to listen to the bar owner. Young man, you should find a job." Another bar owner heard the conversation between the bar owner and Seito and agreed. "Thank you for your kindness, but I think joining the army is the best choice at this time. Because war means opportunity, it can save me a lot of time to climb to a higher position." Seito smiled and said to the bar owner, "Climb." The bar owner heard Seito's answer and muttered to himself with a confused expression. Obviously, he was also a person with a story. Soon, the bar owner, who regained his composure, said to Seito, "Since you have made your choice, go straight out the door, turn right at the first crossroad, turn right again after 3 streets, and walk forward for about 200 meters. There's a building with the symbol of the governing country on the outer wall. That's a local office set up by the governing country, and it's also a recruitment point." "Thank you, boss." Seito smiled and thanked the bar owner. He got up and was about to take out the world's currency from his pocket and pay the bill. But before he took his hand out of his pocket, he was stopped by the bar owner. The bar owner said, "This drink is on me." "Is that so? Thank you very much." Seito looked at the bar owner's expression and said with a smile. Then he turned and walked out of the bar, waving goodbye to the bar owner as he walked. "You are welcome to come again." the bar owner said, and the meaning of blessing was obvious. If there is a chance. Seito walked out of the bar and said without looking back. After walking out of the bar, Seito followed the route the bar owner told him and walked to the local office of the governing country. It was not a long journey. In about 10 minutes, Seito arrived outside the office and walked in. Instead of calling it an office, it was more like a hotel reception desk. Seito walked straight to the young woman sitting behind the reception desk and doing something with her head down. "Excuse me." Seito looked at the woman at the front desk who was playing games. Hearing the greeting, the woman at the front desk immediately threw the phone into the open drawer in front of her and quickly closed it. She looked up at Seito. Then she asked with a professional smile, "What can I do for you? I want to sign up for the army." "I don't know where to go and who to look for," Seito said. "Join the army? Wait a moment, I will inform the person in charge to pick you up." The woman nodded and dialed the internal phone in front of her. After a while, she looked up at Seito and smiled. "The person in charge will come down to pick you up. Please wait a moment." "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. About 5 minutes later, a capable young woman in a white military uniform walked out of the corridor on the side of the hall. She walked up to Seito and sized up Seito. Then she said, "You are the one who wants to join the army?" "Yes." Seito nodded. "Well, come with me." "After that," he said. Then she turned around and walked back the way she came. Behind her, Ito-sei shrugged uninterestedly and quickly followed her, under the guidance of the female soldier. After a while, they came to a room on the second floor. After the female soldier knocked on the door and got permission, she opened the door and walked in with Seito. "Report. The person is here." As soon as they entered the room, the female soldier immediately saluted and said loudly to a middle-aged male officer in the room, "Aha." The officer nodded, stood up from his seat, and walked over. At this time, Seito finally had the time to carefully size up the officer in front of him. He was wearing a white military uniform, was more than 1.8 meters tall, and had typical European features. His facial features were well defined, but his big nose ruined his overall image, making him look gloomy. "Asian?" The officer stood in front of Seito and frowned after seeing Seito's figure and appearance. Obviously, this person had a bad impression of Asians. "Yes," Seito admitted. "Forget it. Let's go for a physical examination first." The officer frowned and sized up Seito. Finally, he said, "Follow me." Then, together with the female soldier, he took Seito out of the office and walked to another room on the same floor. After more than a minute, the three came to a room full of various equipment. 3 male soldiers in white coats were sitting there, bored. First Lieutenant George, test his physical fitness. The officer walked to a chair in the room while pointing at Seito behind him with his thumb, and said to one of the 3 soldiers, "Yes, Major Anderson." One of them, a very capable young male soldier with blonde hair and glasses on his face, stood up and responded. Then he looked at Seito and said, "Come here." Seito nodded silently. He slowly walked over. "Fill out this form." George took a piece of paper from a stack of white papers on the side table and handed it to Ito-sei and said. Seito, who was already prepared, took the form obediently, walked to the table, took the pen on the table, and leaned over to fill it out. The content of the form was basically the general information used by all the world's armies, such as name, age, blood type, date of birth, nationality, etc. Done. It didn't take long for Seito to fill out the form and said as he handed it back to George, "Okay, let's start the test." George took the form, casually glanced at it, and then put it on the pile of white papers next to the table. He turned to the other 2 soldiers and shouted, "Billy, Cook, time to work." "Coming." The other 2 soldiers in white robes responded and walked over. Then, under the examination of the 3 soldiers, Seito, who was only wearing a white vest and boxer shorts, went through a series of professional tests on physical fitness, physical function, vision, reaction speed, endurance, and tolerance. I didn't expect your physical fitness to be so good. A moment later, George, who was holding Ito-sei's test report, said to Ito-sei with a smile. In this regard, Ito-sei just smiled and didn't comment. How is it? At this moment, Major Anderson walked over and asked. His physical fitness is absolutely excellent, not worse than some of the elites in the army. I believe that after some simple training, he can even drive a Mercedes, George said in high spirits. Is that so? Anderson's eyes flashed as he looked at Sei Ito in surprise and whispered. Then he said to George and the others, Okay, give the information to Alva and let her take this kid to register and get his military uniform. Kid, congratulations. From now on, you are a soldier in the management country. In this turbulent era, work hard to climb up. Anderson reached out and patted Sei Ito's shoulder. Yes, Major Anderson. Imitating the female soldier named Alva when she met Anderson, Ito-sei stood at attention and gave a military salute of a member of the United Nations and said loudly, Not bad. Anderson laughed loudly and turned to leave the test room. Let's go. After Anderson left, Alva said to Sei Ito, Okay. Sei Ito agreed and left the test room with Alva. They walked to another room and registered Sei Ito's military status with the help of a female civilian officer. He received his military ID and then followed Alva to another room to receive his military uniform and gun. Just like that, a soldier in the management country was born. After becoming a soldier, Sei Ito's residence was also solved at the same time. He temporarily lived in the office and his usual task was to guard the gate. 3 days later, after guarding the gate for 3 days and getting familiar with almost all the soldiers in the office, Sei Ito finally received a transfer order and was sent to a military base for driving training. After packing his luggage, Sei Ito simply said goodbye to a few soldiers he was familiar with. He boarded the military transport plane and flew to the unknown military base. In this way, after a midway transfer, and a total of more than 2 hours of air travel, Ito-sei finally arrived at the destination on the order. Welcome, Private Sei Ito. As soon as he got off the transport plane, a young male officer greeted Sei Ito with a smile. Sir. Sei Ito is now a private, the lowest rank in all the military rank. Basically, he has to call everyone sir. Don't stand on ceremony. As long as you can endure this training, I believe your military rank will definitely become the same as mine. If your performance is good enough, you may even be higher than mine. The male officer raised his hand and saluted back with a smile. Is that so? Sei Ito said noncommittally. He didn't care much about the promotion of his military rank. His purpose in joining the army was to find a way to participate in various battles and collect soul energy. Of course, if he could promote his military rank, he wouldn't mind. At least it would be a lot more convenient to collect materials, and it would be easier to get access to some secret. Then the two chatted all the way to the military base. Here we are, this is the room you will be living in. In front of a steel door, the young man named Moer took out a magnetic card from his pocket and swiped it quickly against a card reader on the wall. After that, he pointed at a small room of more than 30 square meters that was exposed behind the wall by the door and said, I'm sorry. Chapter 327. Sei Ito took the door card that Moore tossed to him and walked into the room. He tossed his luggage onto the steel bed and returned to Moore's side. Let's go, Sei Ito said to Moore. Moore led Sei Ito on a tour of the entire training base. He also led Sei Ito through the login procedures and the meal card. Finally, he led him to an office and walked in. Lieutenant Colonel Cecil, Private Sei Ito is here. Moore immediately became serious as soon as he entered the room. He saluted and reported loudly. Hearing the report, Lieutenant Colonel Cecil stopped what he was doing and raised his head to respond faintly. He then looked at Saito and allowed Saito to see Cecil's face clearly. She was dressed in a white military uniform. She was of European descent, but her facial features were not as well defined as those of European men. Instead, she was more like an Asian. At the very least, Saito felt very comfortable looking at her. He had short brown hair and a pair of deep eyes. His gaze was very sharp. This woman has a murderous aura. She must have been on the battlefield, Saito thought to himself. Although he was thinking about something, it did not affect his physical movement. Saito stepped forward and saluted Cecil. He said loudly, "Lieutenant Colonel Cecil, I am Private Saito. I am here to report for duty." "Not bad. Anderson recommended a good seedling," Cecil said with satisfaction after quietly observing Saito for a moment. Then he said to Emoer, "Let's put him in your team. You can take him away." "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Cecil." Emoer immediately responded loudly, and then together with Ito-sei gave a military salute to Cecil, and then left the room. After leaving Cecil's office, Moore, who was already the captain of Saito, took Saito to his squad's training ground and introduced Saito to his squad members. "This is Saito, a newcomer to the base. He will be a member of our squad from now on. Everyone, please welcome him," Moore said to the men and women in front of him. "Hello, everyone. I am Saito. Please take care of me in the future." Saito stepped forward and introduced himself. Shu, a little boy. A burly man, who looked even bigger than Moore, immediately whistled when he saw Saito and teased him. "Finally, I'm not the youngest anymore," another baby-faced blonde man said happily. "Then you're done. Shirley will probably change her target." Next to the baby-faced man, a man with a frivolous face put his arm on his shoulder and teased. "No way, Shirley. Shirley." The baby-faced man immediately looked nervously at the tall woman, who was a body's length away from him, and said pitifully, "Since there's a new choice, who still wants you?" Shirley said with disdain as she glanced at the baby-faced man from the corner of her eyes. "Shirley, are you serious? Do you really want to take him? It's not easy to find someone you like and you want to snatch him away? How am I supposed to live?" Another woman with short black hair and pale skin looked at Shirley beside her and said exaggeratedly, "Vita, you may have taken a fancy to the newcomer, but the newcomer might not have taken a fancy to you." Next to Vita, another man with short blonde hair said. The man with an artistic temperament raised his eyebrows and said. Vita also raised his eyebrows and looked at Saito with a threatening gaze. In response, Ito-sei smiled awkwardly and retreated to Moore's side, looking at him. "Okay. Don't scare the newcomer." Moore clapped his hands and said, and then introduced the people in front of him to Saito. "The one who whistled is Gray Rodney. Yo, just call me Gray." Gray Rodney raised his hand and greeted with a smile. The baby-faced man next to Gray is Violet Turner. Although he looks young, he's much older than you. He's 24 years old. Moore pointed at the baby-faced man and said, "Captain, don't expose me like this." The baby-faced Violet said with a gloomy face, and then smiled at Saito. "I'm Violet Turner, Shirley's boyfriend. Tisk, don't listen to his nonsense." Before Moore could continue the introduction, Shirley spoke first. She winked at Saito and said, "I'm Shirley Evelins, you can call me Shirley. I'm currently single. Can you go for a drink with me later?" "Ahaha." Saito looked at Violet, who was staring at him fiercely, and laughed dryly. "Shirley, you know her. The man next to her is Sarah Oliver." Moore smiled and pointed at the flirtatious man who still had his arm on Violet's shoulder. "Hello, newcomer." Sarah greeted Oliver with a wave of her other hand. "That's Jane David." Moore pointed at the woman with dark skin and introduced her. "Newcomer, if you don't like Shirley, you can find me." Jane David winked at Saito and said. However, Her behavior was bolder and more provocative. She purposely posed seductively and sent him a flying kiss. "Looks like you're very popular with women. You've attracted the attention of the 2 flowers in our team." Moore looked at Saito and teased him. Then he pointed at the man with the temperament of an artist and said, "The last one is Gilbert Gerald." Gilbert Gerald nodded reservedly as a form of greeting. Moore walked up to Saito and extended his right hand to formally introduce himself. "I'm Moore Nelson, the team leader. Welcome to our team. It's an honor to join your team." Saito shook hands with Moore and smiled. After the initial introduction, Ito-sei, who had a general understanding of the characters of the team members, smoothly joined the new team. Except for the woman named Jen, who seemed to be really interested in him and was very enthusiastic, the other team members were very friendly. Following Moore's suggestion, everyone bought some food from the camp's cafeteria and gathered in Moore's room to hold a welcome dinner for Saito. However, this was a military camp, so there was no need to count on alcohol. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their own bedrooms to rest. The next morning, Saito changed into his training clothes and arrived at the training ground at the scheduled time to begin the day's training. The content of the training was very simple. Well, it was very simple for Saito. First, it was physical training running. Then, it was various simulation training and tactical explanations. Finally, it was MA-related learning at night. This was to ensure that the pilot knew how to deal with unexpected situations. Of course, combat training was indispensable. However, as a pilot, combat skills were not the main content of the training. Basically, it was once every 3 days. It was enough to let the pilot have the basic survival skills after a plane crash. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Saito's training results were excellent. As the base's commanding officer, Saito specially summoned Saito to express his commendation. Saito. On this day, everyone arrived at the training ground. When Jane saw Saito, she immediately ran over and threw herself behind him. Her hands were placed on Saito's chest from his shoulders. Her chest was tightly pressed against his back. Her head was close to Saito's ear as she called out seductively, "Here we go again." Saito and the other male team members felt helpless in their hearts. This situation began a few days after Saito joined the team. Moreover, it would come whenever there was a chance. It was all similar to physical seduction. "What's the training today?" Saito, who had long been accustomed to this, ignored Jane's seduction and turned to look at everyone. "It seems to be real training," said the flirtatious man, Sarah Oliver. "Finally, it's time to get on the plane." Hearing Sarah Oliver's words, Saito said with a look of emotion, "By the way, Saito, you haven't been on the plane yet, but with your results it shouldn't be a problem," said the baby-faced man, Violet Turner. "Saito, do you need me to be your pilot?" Jane, who had been lying on Saito's back, asked Saito. "No, I can do it myself." Saito shook his head and said, "Okay." Jen left Ito-sei's body uninterestedly and said regretfully, "Everyone, come." At this time, Captain Emoer came over and said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the training." After that, he opened the automatic retractable door of the warehouse behind the team and led everyone in. In an instant, the 8 planes were shaped like airplanes, but the wings on both sides were replaced by 4 huge polygonal cylinders with ejectors at the tail. Under the cockpit there was a long machine gun. Except for the white circle on the tip and cylinder, all the planes were red. "Saito, that's your plane. All the maintenance in the future will be done by you and the base maintenance team." Emoer pointed to a plane on the edge and said to Saito, "I see." Saito nodded and agreed. "Get on the plane." Emoer saw Saito nodding and ordered everyone. Immediately, the 8 people, including Emoer, immediately moved. They ran to their planes, climbed up the escalator, and sat in the cockpit. After the staff removed the escalator, They started the thrusters and slowly moved out of the warehouse one by one to the runway of the base. When all the planes were on the runway, Moir got permission from the control tower and immediately ordered, "Take off." Then Moir shouted, "Mornelson, take off." As his voice fell, the 4 thrusters at the tail of the plane were ignited at the same time, spitting out blue flames and pushing the plane to the sky. After him, the BMW driven by Ito Sei and other 7 people also flew up one after another. Chapter 328. Well, this feeling of flying in the sky is really good. In the future, I must find a way to practice psychokinesis or other flying skills to practice. Sitting in the cockpit of the Ma, Sei-Ito looked at the rapidly retreating clouds outside the glass cover. He thought to himself. Although his current mental power could also control objects to float and move, there was still a limit to the size and mass of the object after all. Using mental power without any technique was completely incomparable to using psychokinesis, which allowed one to control a larger volume and mass of mental power with the same mass of mental power. Sei-Ito's first Ma piloting training ended while he was multitasking. In the following days, everything went back to how it had been a month ago. The only difference was that the simulation training had been changed to actual combat training using special ammunition. Assemble! On this day, Lieutenant Colonel Cecil's voice suddenly came from the broadcast of the training base, interrupting the training. Then under Moore's lead, they ran to the large field of the base and lined up according to the unit. After a while, Cecil in a military uniform, accompanied by several male officers, came to the front of the crowd. "At ease," a male officer shouted to everyone. He then retreated to the side and gave the center position to Lieutenant Colonel Cecil. "I think you have seen the recent news. The monsters in the universe launched a despicable sneak attack and expelled our fleet in the universe, causing a lot of casualties," Cecil said with a gloomy face. After hearing Cecil's words, some of the soldiers in front of her immediately showed an angry look, but most of them were relatively calm. They quietly listened to Cecil's lecture. But at the same time, this is also your opportunity. Cecil's eyes glanced at the captains in front of her and said loudly, "According to the orders from above, due to the heavy losses of the 4th Universe Fleet, the soldiers of XXX Base are specially ordered to join the 4th Universe Fleet as reinforcements to resist the military threat of the Regulator. In other words, from now on, you are the soldiers of the 4th Universe Fleet," Cecil said loudly. After a pause, she ordered, "Now, everyone is dismissed and tidy up your belongings. After an hour, gather here and follow me to the universe." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison and then excitedly walked to their dormitories. It seems that the Universe Fleet did lose a lot of people. Otherwise, they wouldn't let us, who are still in training, go to the front line. On the way back, Captain Moore said to the other members of the squad, "Is that mobile suit really that powerful?" Shirley frowned and asked, "It shouldn't be weak. After all, the news has to consider the reaction of the public. Basically, some of the data content will be castrated, and the authenticity of the data can't be counted on at all," Gilbert said calmly. "Don't worry, Shirley. I'll protect you." The baby-faced Violet moved closer to Shirley and smiled. "Go to hell, we don't know who will protect who." Shirley glanced at Gilbert with a look of disdain. "Violet, since Shirley doesn't want you, why don't you come and protect me?" Sarah Olef added. "Shirley," Shirley said Shirley to Shirley, "Shirley, Shirley, 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 Sei-Ito, when the time comes, you have to protect me." Jen moved to Sei-Ito's side and looked at Sei-Ito with a pitiful look. I will." Sei-Ito nodded and agreed. "Ha ha ha ha. Jen, you can rest assured now. With Sei-Ito, the best in the team, protecting you, your safety level is definitely the highest." The burly man Gray Rodney teased. "You're jealous, aren't you?" Jen stuck out her proud chest and flaunted. "Okay, let's hurry up and tidy up. Moore saw that the topic was getting more and more out of hand. He hurriedly said, "Yes." Everyone answered seriously and went back to their respective rooms to tidy up their belongings. Seito had the least things. Other than 3 sets of military uniforms and 3 sets of training clothes, there was only the military certificate and small items like a gun. Basically, a cloth bag was enough. More than 40 minutes later, the base soldiers who had finished all the things they needed to deal with returned to the field one after another. They chatted and imagined life in space while waiting. After more than 10 minutes, Lieutenant Colonel Cecil finally appeared on the field. When the soldiers saw her, they spontaneously lined up and stood in line. She nodded slightly and loudly ordered, "Let's go." Immediately, with Cecil taking the lead and a few senior officers of the base leading, the soldiers followed one by one in line and walked toward the military airport. Then, they boarded the military transport plane and flew toward the nearest mass accelerator. About 2 hours later, the large transport plane landed in the military base where the mass accelerator was located. Then, under the guidance of the local officers, they boarded a space transport plane and sat down. After a while, with a sudden acceleration, the space transport plane immediately moved at high speed along the trajectory of the mass accelerator and headed towards space. "So beautiful!" Jen, who was sitting next to Seito, exclaimed as she looked at the blue Earth and the dark space outside the window of the transport plane. About half an hour later, the space transport plane docked at the moon base. Then, the people who got off the transport plane were led by an officer from the moon base to a large military camp and temporarily settled down. As for the team captain Moore, he followed the other team captains and Lieutenant Colonel Cecil to meet with the senior officer of the 4th Space Fleet. The rest of the people saw that there was nothing else for them to do, so they quietly rested in their own rooms to eliminate the fatigue from the journey. The next day, Seito and the others, who had recovered their energy, boarded the spaceship under Moore's guidance and began to familiarize themselves with the environment and adaptation training. After all, no matter how realistic the simulation on Earth was, it didn't have the same feeling as flying a MA in space. After another week of adaptation, whether it was fleet repairs or replenishment of personnel and supplies, the 4th Space Fleet once again left the moon base and headed toward the border with Plant. The first few days were very peaceful. Although the Earth Management Country and Plant were in a state of war, before the final warning period, both sides were very restrained. Therefore, on normal days, even if the MS Scouts saw Plant, they would at most be on alert and ignore each other. But as the year CE 70 approached, the nerves between the two sides became more and more tense. Almost every time they met, there would be an exchange of fire, just like today. Today, Seito and Violet were responsible for the patrol mission, so after a simple greeting in the garage, they each piloted a MA out of the spaceship and patrolled according to the predetermined route. But when Seito piloted the MA to avoid a meteor that drifted into the patrol route, a laser beam suddenly shot out from behind the meteor and headed straight for the unprepared Seito. Fortunately, Seito wasn't a normal person. The moment the alarm in the MA sounded, he immediately pulled the lever and pushed the MA's speed to the maximum and flew out of the laser beam's attack path. Then, in an S-shaped trajectory, he appeared behind the meteor. Then, a green MS appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The red electronic eye in the center of the MS's head instantly locked onto Seito. She raised her hand and fired a shot at the MA that Seito was piloting. Seito twisted his wrist, and the MA immediately slid to the side. At the same time, 2 of the 4 cylinders at the back opened up, revealing the dense cluster of missile launchers. As Seito pressed the launch button on the lever, a dozen small missiles with long trails of smoke flew towards the MS. The MS immediately left the meteorite before the missile could reach it. After it left, the meteor was smashed into a pile of rubble by Seito's missiles and drifted in the universe. Seeing the MS leave, Seito wasn't surprised. After all, the MS's performance was very good. It couldn't be so easily destroyed. So Seito didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the lever and began to chase the MS at a speed that could almost cut off the thrusters. Only Seito could do this. If it was a normal person, even if they wore 3 layers of driving suits, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the G-force generated by this speed. Even if they could withstand it, their dynamic vision wouldn't be able to keep up. With the MA's speed skyrocketing, the superior performance of the MS was finally offset. It was like a target being attacked by Seito in circles, and finally exploded into a pile of space debris, floating in space. 0086, what's the situation on your side? Just after Seito finished off the MS, the communication at the main station rang. Discovered a plant's MS destroyed. Seito picked up the communication and reported. Really? That's great. The female correspondent shouted happily. Ito-sei understood the emotional changes of this female correspondent very well. After all, since the beginning of the war in the universe, as long as there was a firefight, it basically ended with the defeat of the United States. Now, there was suddenly a message that the United States was destroyed. It was equivalent to throwing a small stone into a calm lake. No wonder the female correspondent was excited. And Seito dared to guarantee that as long as this achievement was reported, he would immediately be valued. If he could destroy 1 or 2 more MSs to prove that it wasn't a coincidence, he would probably be praised as the star of the army. He would definitely be more popular than Mu, who would be known as the Eagle of Endymion in the future. Chapter 329. 0086, please record the scene of the battlefield. It will be kept as the report data. The female correspondent quickly reminded him after she got over her excitement. Got it. Seito replied and immediately turned on the recorder to save the scene. After patrolling for a while, he returned to the warship. As soon as he opened the cockpit cover of the Ma, before Seito could climb out of the cockpit, the other members of the squad swarmed up and looked at Seito excitedly. Among them, Jen directly said, Seito, I heard that you destroyed a plant's MS. Is that true? Well, yes. Seito climbed down the escalator and raised his hand to take off the helmet on his head. He turned around and nodded to Jen in front of him. Good job. Hearing Seito's acknowledgement, the burly man Gray stepped forward and patted Seito's shoulder vigorously and praised, You've brought honor to our squad. Yes. Captain Moore also nodded with a smile on his face. How do you feel? If you don't have any questions, I'll go and see the captain. Okay, let's go. Seito shook his head and handed the helmet in his hand to a member of the maintenance class who came up to him with a smile. Okay, let's go. Moore nodded and left the garage with Seito. The two came out of the garage and walked to the side of the warship's passage where the X symbol was painted on the ground. The moment their feet stepped on the symbol, their bodies involuntarily floated up. The two reached out to hold on to the crossbar handrails on the wall and were pulled into the distance. Just like that, after drifting through 2 turns, it finally stopped in front of a passageway. The two stepped on the ground again and walked into the passage. Finally, they stopped in front of a steel door. After the door was opened, they walked in one after another. Reporting to Captain Edward, Corporal Seito is here. Moer reported to the officer who was sitting with his back facing him and Seito. As for Seito's rank of corporal, it was because he was a qualified pilot of Ma. He was automatically promoted after he boarded the universe. If it wasn't because he was a soldier for a short time, he would have been promoted. In fact, he could have been promoted directly to sergeant or staff sergeant. Let me see what the elites in our army look like. Hearing Moore's report, Captain Edward immediately turned his chair. Instead of facing Seito from his back, he pushed the table in front of him with one hand and stood up from his seat. He walked towards Seito while speaking in a heroic voice. report. Corporal Sei Ito reporting for duty. Sei Ito saluted Captain Edward, who was walking towards him. Edward stopped in front of Sei Ito and looked up and down at Sei Ito before he praised. I didn't expect the elite who did such a brave deed to be such a young person. It is the blessing of the Fourth Fleet. You flatter me, Captain Edward. Sei Ito put down his saluting hand and smiled humbly at the burly Captain Edward, who was about 50 years old. Not bad, not arrogant and not impatient. Good soldier material. Edward smiled with satisfaction. You've done well this time. You've boosted the morale and prestige of the Fourth Space Fleet. Even the fleet commander, Brigadier General Hal Barton, knows about you. I believe your promotion and commendation will be announced soon. Speaking of this, Captain Edward paused. He put on a serious expression and continued, however, that's not the reason why I called you here this time. I want to know if the destruction this time was accidental. If it wasn't, it's very important to know if the next time you meet Plants MS, can you destroy it again? Please answer me seriously. Reporting to Captain Edward, the destruction this time was not accidental. It was the result of my own strength. I believe that even if I encounter Plants MS next time, she can do it. Ito-sei replied loudly without hesitation with a serious face. Ha, that's good, that's good. Edward quietly looked into Sei Ito's eyes for a moment before he suddenly patted Sei Ito's shoulder and laughed. After a moment, he stopped laughing and smiled at Sei Ito. I know, I believe you are tired. I won't keep you here. Go and rest. Yes, Captain Edward. Ito-sei and Moore gave a military salute to Captain Edward before turning around and walking out of the captain's lounge. After Sei Ito and Moore left, Captain Edward immediately walked back to his seat and pulled out the top drawer on his right. He reached out and pressed on the bottom of the table inside the drawer. Then, a laser light expanded into a screen and floated on the table. A man with a dignified face appeared on the screen. Captain Edward said respectfully, Brigadier General Hal Barton, after this award, your military rank should be directly promoted from sergeant to lieutenant. By then, you will be the same as me. It's really amazing. On the gravity-free tunnel, Moore turned around and said to Sei Ito in front of him, Think about it, when you first came to the training base, I was the one in charge of welcoming you. In less than half a year, your military rank will be the same as mine. It's really, Captain Moore, you taught me well. Sei Ito complimented. Haha, there's no need to flatter me. I've seen all your achievements. You earned all of them by yourself. Take this time's destruction, for example. If it were me, the most I could do was escape with my life intact. I can't do what you did. Moore waved his hand and said, But it's not bad to have a soldier like you. At least when you become successful in the future, I can brag to everyone that Sei Ito is my soldier. Moore smiled. Then, the two returned to the team while chatting and laughing. Then, Jen proposed to hold a small celebration for Sei Ito, which immediately received everyone's approval. Then, everyone returned to the dormitory to take out the items they brought with them and gathered in Sei Ito's room to eat, drink, and play. The dinner only ended after 11 o'clock in the morning. For the next 2 days, life was still the same. Every day, he trained, rested, studied, talked nonsense, and then went to the garage to exchange ideas with the renovation class. Other than the increase in the number of curious onlookers, there was basically no change. If there was a change, it would be that the women in the fleet were easier to talk to. They could even joke with Sei Ito when appropriate. It was obvious that the admiration of the strong among the women in the military was very common. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day and the military finally gave out the reward. In the small meeting room of the battleship, under the witness of several officers, Sei Ito successfully completed the promotion ceremony after more than 10 minutes of speech and etiquette. From then on, he became a second lieutenant who could lead troop. Phew, finally done. No matter which world it is, formalism is inevitable. After leaving the small meeting room, Seito walked to the gravity-free tunnel and put his back and elbows on the railing, letting the conveyor belt drag him away. Yo, Seito. Just when Seito closed his eyes in boredom and waited for the end of the tunnel, a female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It's you, Jen. Seito opened his eyes and looked at the brown-skinned woman next to him. How is it, what's your rank? Jen looked at Seito and asked. Second lieutenant. Seito said weakly. Jen moved her body and floated in front of Seito, then turned to Seito and asked, Not bad, only one rank lower than Captain Moore. How about it, do you want to celebrate? We just celebrated 2 days ago, and everyone's private goods are almost used up. Let's wait until we go back to the moon to resupply. Seito shook his head and said, I'm not talking about celebrating with everyone, just the two of us, do you want to? Jen put her head close to Seito's ear and said ambiguously. Seito raised his eyebrows, looked at Jen, who was wearing a female military uniform with the characteristics of the country in front of him, and looked at her with interest. The so-called female military uniform with the characteristics of the country is the female military uniform of the future Earth United Army. It is a military uniform jacket that is all white except for the black cuffs and red collar. The lower part of the uniform covers above the knee, and the legs are wrapped in black stockings. Just the two of us, I want to see how you celebrate for me. Seito teased. Let's go to my room. Your room will probably be disturbed in a while. Seeing Seito agree, Jen immediately said, then turned around and floated with Seito to her dormitory. After a while, the two came to the dormitory area, walked back to Jen's dormitory, and walked in. After waiting for the door to close, Jen immediately turned around and pressed on the small keyboard next to her, locking the door and setting the Do Not Disturb mode. After everything was done, Jen immediately rushed to Seito and jumped into Seito's arms. How about using me as a celebration item? Jen hugged Seito's neck with both hands, looked up at Seito's eyes, and licked her soft lips gently with her pink tongue, and said in a charming voice, Since you said so, if I don't accept it, wouldn't it show that I have a problem? Then I won't be polite. Seito said, then hugged Jen's waist, turned around, and put her on the steel bed next to him. He supported his hands on the bed, looked down at Jen's eyes, and slowly leaned down and kissed Jen's lip. Then a dexterous tongue probed into Seito's mouth, entangling with his tongue, and a strange sound rang in the room. However, Jen was not a martial artist like Yi. She took a long breath, and after a while, she couldn't stand the feeling of being a turtle. She turned her head to avoid Seito's kiss and gasped for breath. Welcome, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 330. Looking at Seito, who did not show any signs of panting, Jen was surprised. Are you a human? A real human, absolutely genuine. Seito chuckled. Then, seeing that Jen was almost out of breath, he leaned over and kissed her again. But this time, it was not just a simple kiss, but during the kiss, the two stretched out their hands at the same time and began to take off each other's clothes. After a while, when Jen could no longer stand the heat and turned her head to breathe, the two had completely taken off their upper bodies, completely exposing their upper bodies. Then Seito kissed and caressed Jen's body in order from her chin, neck, collarbone, chest to navel, while reaching out to take off the short skirt, black stockings, and underwear Jen was wearing. When Jen's brown skin was completely exposed under the light, he immediately took off the remaining clothes on his body and pounced on Jen's body. What followed was naturally a room full of fun and joy. But it was worth mentioning that the steel bed in the universe era was really strong. Except for the hardness of the body, no matter how hard they moved, it did not make the creaking sound of a normal bedboard. Moreover, the soundproofing effect of the space battleship dormitory was very good, not worse than a professional soundproof room. No matter how loud Jen screamed in the room, as long as the door was not opened, there was absolutely no sound coming out. However, the only flaw was that the ventilation was a bit poor. When the two finished their activities, the room was filled with a strong smell of sec. Itosei, remember to protect me. After the exercise was over. After the exercise, Jen, with a red face, lay on Seito's chest, fiddling with the small pellets on Seito's chest, and said softly. Hearing Jen's words, Seito immediately raised his eyebrows, knowing that this so-called celebration probably had other meanings. In fact, Jen's thoughts were very simple. She had seen the cruelty of war and was afraid of death. Otherwise, with the mentality of a normal female soldier, unless she was a promiscuous person who couldn't stand loneliness, or the mutual affection accumulated to a certain point and was willing to offer herself to him, who would be so proactive? Wasn't it to seek shelter for himself, a talisman that could protect him as much as possible when war broke out? At this time, Jean was also silently recalling the first time she met Itosei and the feeling she had when she decided to sleep with him. At first, she had the same good impression of Seito as the other team members. It was just a good impression. She felt that Seito was a good person and could get along well with him. After all, no matter how mischievous Jen was, she was still a proper soldier. She was still very rational and emotional. She wouldn't chase after someone without knowing the other party's character just because she liked him or her. She wouldn't act like a love-struck fool. After a long period of contact, she found that Seito was not the kind of man who would be touched by a woman. Moreover, he was very talented, which made Jen's feelings change. From a simple good impression to an appreciation of a good man. However, it was just appreciation, not love. After all, Jen's age was several years older than what was written in Seito's information. Then, because of the transfer order from the higher-ups, they were transferred into the universe. In this tense atmosphere where a battle could happen at any time, Jen's emotions were suppressed. She suppressed the feelings that could have turned into love after a long time together and began to live in fear every day in the universe. During this period, she saw the powerful ability of the MS and the powerlessness of the MA, especially after the two sides exchanged fire. The strong sense of oppression of the possibility of death during every patrol mission filled Jen's heart from time to time, making her feel completely insecure. She desperately wanted to find someone or something to make her feel safe. At this time, Jen thought of Seito and the joke when she left the training base. However, Jen, who knew that training results and actual combat were two different things, did not rush to find Seito. Instead, she looked for a target among all the familiar fleet members. Her initial target was the captain, Moore. However, before she could do anything to Moore, the news of Seito destroying the MS spread in the battleship. It immediately made her heart move, and she made a vague decision. In the end, when Seito was returning to the dormitory after the promotion ceremony, she stopped him and pulled Seito back to her dormitory in the name of celebration. She used her body as a gift to Seito to deepen the relationship between the two and achieve the purpose of seeking protection. After a moment of silence, Seito's right hand gently stroked Jen's smooth back and said softly, "I know." Seito still responded to Jen's words with the answer he gave when he left the base. After all, no one can be sure about the things on the battlefield. Seito could not ignore his own safety for the sake of one night of pleasure, but if possible, he could still protect Jen. Jen also knew that Seito's answer was not true, but she was also a serious soldier. She knew that things on the battlefield were unpredictable. She was not stupid enough to think that Seito would value her more than his life just because of one night of pleasure. After all, their relationship had not reached that level yet. The two quietly cuddled on the bed for a moment. Then, Jen got up from Itosei's body, turned over, and walked to the small bathroom that was only the size of a wardrobe. She did not even close the door and directly took a shower. Seeing this, Seito did not hold back. He turned to his side and supported his head with his hand as he admired her. After a while, Jen walked out of the bathroom and wiped her body with a towel. Seeing this, Seito did not continue to lie down. He got up and walked past Jen into the bathroom to shower. 10 minutes later, the two finished showering and put on their clothes again. They walked to the cafeteria together to eat. Although Jen and Ito Seiji had sex, Jen did not stick to Ito Seiji like an ordinary woman because of her purpose. Instead, she acted as usual. She did what she should do and continued to play with him ambiguously. Although Seito's side was having an easy time, the Fourth Universe Fleet's side was not having an easy time because Seito destroyed an MS. The other pilots in the same team as the MS pilot often attacked the MS that was patrolling the Fourth Universe Fleet in the name of revenge. They caused several deaths, including the flirtatious man in Seito's team, Sarah Oliver. Second Lieutenant Seito, please come to the bridge. Second Lieutenant Seito, please come to the bridge. On this day, Seito, who was chatting with a female soldier, suddenly heard the broadcast in the ship. I'll go first. Talk to you next time. Seito waved at the female soldier and walked to the bridge. After a while, he came to the bridge and saw the battleship Captain Edward. Report. Greetings, Captain Edward. Seito saluted Captain Edward, who was sitting in the captain's seat with his back facing him. Oh, it's Second Lieutenant Seito. Captain Edward's chair turned around and smiled at Seito. Captain, I wonder why you called me here. Seito asked. You should know about Plant's MS attacks on our MS, right? Captain Edward looked at Seito in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. Seito nodded. In order to suppress Plant's arrogance, I'm going to let you be the leader and launch a counterattack against Plant's MS team. Do you have the confidence to take on this mission? Captain Edward looked at Seito and said, I have confidence. Seito immediately stood at attention and said seriously, well, tomorrow you will be in charge of leading the counterattack against Plant. Captain Edward decided. Yes. Seito responded loudly. Then, Captain Edward and Seito talked about the mission and waved Seito to leave the bridge. After leaving the bridge, Seito stood at the door and thought for a while, then walked to the garage. About 10 minutes later, Seito came to the garage and walked to his personal MA. How is it? Seito asked the people in the renovation team. The basic repairs are almost done. If necessary, I'll give you a call. If needed, we can go to the battlefield at any time. The team leader responsible for renovating Seito's MA looked up and said to Seito, That's good. Seito smiled. Why is there a mission? The team leader asked in surprise. Since it's not a secret mission, Seito nodded indifferently and confirmed the team leader's guess. Don't worry, I promise that your MA will be properly repaired by tonight. The team leader didn't ask more about the details of the mission. He looked at the MA in front of him and said with a smile, Thank you. Seito thanked him. Then, he chatted with the captain of the maintenance team for a while before leaving the garage. He went back to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day came in the blink of an eye. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Seito finished washing up, put on his military uniform, and walked to the garage. When he arrived there, he instantly found several soldiers who had already changed into protective suit. They were standing in the garage and chatting. One of the soldiers was Captain Moore, whom Ito-sei was familiar with. Seeing this, Seito didn't stop. He quickly walked to the changing room, changed into protective clothing, and walked out again. Not long after he came out, Captain Edward came to the garage. Subsequently, Captain Edward gave instructions to the people lined up in a row, then waved his hand fiercely and shouted to everyone, Set off. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison and ran to their MA. With the help of the maintenance team, they climbed into the cockpit through the escalator. They started the engine to check the data while waiting for the MA to be sent into the tunnel. The tunnel is clear. You can take off. The female information controller's voice came from the communicator. Seito. MA Mobi's attack. Following Seito's order, the MA he was piloting spewed out blue flames from its 4 exhaust ports, propelling the MA out of the tunnel and into the vast universe. Behind him, 8 other Ma-47s flew out from the other tunnels. It's only been a few days, and I'm going to be under your leadership. It's really unfair. In the communicator, Moore teased Seito. It's okay. As long as this mission is done well, Captain will definitely be promoted. By then, I won't be under your leadership. Seito replied with a smile. Let's hope so. Moore said and ended the call. Attention, everyone. First, get into formation. Target X asterisk 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 Y asterisk 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 Z star. Set off. Seito opened the communicator and ordered. Yes, sir. The others replied and controlled the MAs to get into formation. After a while, they formed a 3-dimensional formation and flew towards the coordinates given by Seito. After flying silently for 10 minutes, Seito's group finally arrived at the coordinate. Looking at the red dots flying towards them on the radar, Seito quickly ordered. Attention, everyone. Use Tactic 3. Yes, sir. As soon as the words fell, Ito-sei and the others instantly dispersed, rushing toward the heat source that was gradually visible to the naked eye in different routes. Pew! In an instant, a long-range laser beam was fired at Seito. Seeing this, Seito lightly flicked the control stick. The MA's body immediately turned sideways and easily dodged the laser beam. At the same time, it opened 2 of the 4 rocket launchers at the rear and fired a dozen small missiles with smoke trails at the 5 MSs. Sparks flew everywhere, and countless physical bullets flew towards the missiles like meteors. They hit a few of the missiles, and then a huge fireball appeared in space, illuminating this small part of space. Everyone, pay attention. After the rockets are fired, Tactic 2 will engage the enemy. Ito-sei ordered again. Following that, he increased the power of the thrusters to its maximum, and its speed increased again, rushing towards the MSs. Then, together with one of the MAs, they started firing at the MSs. Seito only felt the MA's body moving slightly, and a large number of bullets flew out from the front of the MA's machine gun, shooting towards the MS's body. They then hit the MS's leg, which was quickly dodging, and turned it into a pile of space debris. The MS without a leg raised its hand, and a huge missile flew out from its arm, chasing after Seito's MA's tail. Seeing this, Seito raised the MA's nose, and directly pulled the MA's body up. At the same time, it flew in an arc in space, and quickly flew past another MA. The other MA's machine gun immediately opened fire, and destroyed the missile chasing after Seito's tail. Following that, Seito turned the MA's body around, and flew behind one of the MSs. He then joined forces with the MA's that was fighting with it, and destroyed the MS's cockpit. Chapter 331. Yeah! The pilot immediately cheered in the communication channel, but before he finished cheering, another MS shot out a laser beam that pierced through the thruster and exploded into a pile of space junk. Don't be distracted, you can celebrate when you get back to the battleship. Seito's voice immediately sounded in the communication channel, reminding them. However, Seito's reminder was still a step too late. During this time, another Ma was shot down by Plant's MS, and another Ma had 2 missile launchers destroyed. Listen to me, attack in a circle. Seeing this, Seito frowned and ordered the rest of the people. Yes. The other people responded in unison, and together with Seito, they quickly circled around the remaining 4 MS, and then alternately shot at the 4 MSs. However, the 4 MSs were not stupid. They immediately stood back to back like real people, forming a 4-sided defensive formation, and at the same time, they raised their arms and launched the Scud missiles on their arms. Several missiles immediately flew toward the MSs around them with a long flame tail. In an instant, the MS's circling formation was destroyed, causing the MSs to scatter again. At this time, the 4 MSs unceremoniously aimed at 2 of the MSs and fired. 4 laser beams suddenly flew out and shot toward the 2 MSs that were targeted. The 2 MSs were already in a difficult situation from being chased by the Scud missiles. They could barely dodge the sudden laser beams, so almost at the next moment, one of the MSs that didn't dodge properly exploded into a fireball in space, and the other MSs barely dodged the laser beam. But it also damaged its thruster, and the MSs that suddenly lost control was immediately blown into pieces by the missiles that followed. "Is the Earth's army that bad?" Saito secretly muttered, but he still controlled his MSs, locked on to one of the MSs, and launched a dozen small missiles. After the small missiles separated the 4 MSs, he immediately turned his head and aimed at the Scud that was chasing after his MS's tail. He started shooting. 3 fireballs immediately exploded in space, illuminating the 5 MSs and 4 MSs. Everyone immediately launched the missiles. Saito quickly ordered. Immediately, more than 100 small missiles with a long white tail appeared in space. They flew toward the 4 MSs. Taking this opportunity, Saito immediately adjusted his direction and followed more than 100 small missiles. He flew toward one of the MSs. Then, when the MSs turned to shoot the missiles, he suddenly attacked and destroyed it. "There are 3 left," Ito Seijin muttered to himself, and then the Ma drew a big arc, circled to the side of another MS, destroyed the arm holding the laser gun, and then the MS was shot into a sieve by another Ma that followed up and exploded into garbage. When the remaining 2 MS pilots saw this, their eyes immediately turned red. Madness and hatred flashed across their faces. Immediately afterward, one of the MS fighters chased after a Ma fighter on Itosei's side regardless of anything. Then, in the pinch between the 2 Ma fighters, it killed one Ma fighter and injured the other Ma fighter. After that, it was also destroyed by the injured Ma fighter. Saito was familiar with Captain Moer, who was piloting the destroyed Ma. "Captain!" After Itosei saw the explosion of the Ma, he immediately shouted. A surge of anger filled his heart. As a result, the last remaining MS was quickly destroyed by the furious Saito and the other Ma. In this battle, Saito's team had lost 5 MAs, and 2 of the MAs were half-crippled, but they had eliminated one of Plant's MIS reconnaissance teams. Among them, Saito destroyed 2 MS-class fighters, assisted the other team members to destroy 2 MS-class fighters, and another team member destroyed 1 MS-class fighter. Although it seemed that the loss was somewhat unequal, it was the first time in the war between Plant and Plant. So when they returned to the warship, they were immediately met and praised by Captain Edward, and promised that the reward would be given soon. After the meeting, Saito returned to the team, and together with the other team members who received the news, they mourned for Captain Moer's death. After the mourning, Jen, who felt more depressed, found Saito again, and had a crazy fight with him in Saito's dormitory to vent the depression in her heart. At the same time, as a counterattack with the least loss ratio, the battle report of Itosei and others was immediately conveyed to the higher-ups of the army as quickly as possible. Then, the higher-ups of the army embellished it and directly publicized it to increase the public's confidence in the war. Among them, Saito, who was the team leader and had a record of destroying MS-class fighters, was naturally regarded as a star, a trump card, and was flaunted. Later, the military's higher-ups, who got the benefits, naturally wouldn't be stingy with the rewards. Saito and the other 3 who survived were promoted at the same time. However, compared to other people's promotion, Saito, who was the most important person, was promoted from second lieutenant to captain, and he was about to enter the ranks of the middle-level officers. However, because of this counterattack, it made Plant even more nervous. Both sides basically didn't restrain themselves. When they saw each other's patrol personnel, they didn't even report to each other and directly opened fire. As a result, the number of MS-class fighters killed and injured once again increased. Among them, the burly man Gray, the baby-faced Violet, and the tall white woman Shirley in Sei Ito's team died. Because of this, Jen, who felt more and more insecure, no longer cared. She directly lived with Sei Ito in the lieutenant's dormitory and lived with him. Just like this, in the intermittent exchange of gunfire, it was January 1st, CE 70. This day was not only the transition between the old and new years, but also the deadline day for Plant's request. Plant, which didn't get the answer they deserved, had to send a member of parliament to Earth to participate in the final negotiations. However, this member of parliament had just arrived on Earth, and before he had time to submit the agenda to Plant, he was shot in the car on the way to the hotel. Although after this incident, Blue Persian Chrysanthemum claimed responsibility for this incident, it was found from various signs that Plant was the mastermind behind this incident, and they resolutely stopped the supply of materials to Earth. As a result, the various countries, which almost completely relied on Plant's production of various materials, instantly fell into a predicament of material shortage. Because of this, the fleet's supplies were not as abundant as before. As a result, under the deliberate guidance of the government officials controlled by Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, the people who already had a grudge against Plant became even more hostile to the regulators. This made the entire Earth's anti-plant and anti-regulator consciousness even more deeply rooted in the people's hearts. After more than a month of this stalemate, seeing the situation becoming more and more tense, the United Nations, as the current highest government organization on Earth, had to step in to mediate. They called for representatives from both sides to sit down and talk. This was the Moon Conference on February 5, CE 70. However, on February 5, the Moon City Copernicus once again had a bomb terrorist attack. The representatives of the various countries on Earth, who were originally scheduled to participate in this conference, as well as the heads of the United Nations below the President of the United Nations, were collectively attacked and killed. However, Plant's representative, Siegel Klein, escaped because of a malfunction in his spacecraft. 2 days later, on February 7, the Atlantic Federation, as a representative of the United Nations, announced that the terrorist attack on the Moon Conference was caused by Plant. They concluded that this was Plant's declaration of war against Earth and all natural people. At the same time, along with this statement, they announced the establishment of an international organization, Earth United, to replace the already collapsed United Nations. At the same time, the Fourth Universe Fleet was officially renamed the Earth United Eighth Universe Advance Team, which was the Eighth Fleet that would be destroyed in the future because of the Archangel. On February 8, the Atlantic Federation, which had just announced the establishment of Earth United, didn't have time to gather its forces before it welcomed the declaration of neutrality by the representative of the United Nations of OB. The representative of the United Nations of OB declared, "No matter how the situation develops in the future, OB will always adhere to the principles of freedom and neutrality." The next day, on February 9, Sei Ito, Jean, Gilbert, and the other MA pilots were urgently recruited to the moon base, Tuolumne, for reorganization. On February 10, all kinds of supplies were being mobilized in the Tuolumne base, and the tense atmosphere before the war filled the air. On February 11, Earth United officially declared war on Plant and started the attack from the moon base, Tuolumne. As the MA pilot and team leader, Sei Ito naturally participated. In addition to the 2 original team members, Jean and Gilbert, there were 4 other new members who joined in the midst of the chaos. It was February 14, Valentine's Day. As the MA aircraft carrier Roosevelt, sounded the tight assembly alarm. Everyone, including Seito, immediately put down the work in their hands and ran to the large field inside the ship. Then a few officers and a man in a suit walked in front of everyone and began to speak. The content was nothing more than launching a surprise attack on Plant's agricultural satellite, UNS-7, and the arrangement of combat operations. After the speech, everyone immediately ran to the garage, changed into protective clothing, climbed onto their MA, and waited for the battle to begin. More than 20 minutes later, with Seito's command, Seito, MA Mobi's, attack, a large number of MA pilots flew out of the MA aircraft carrier Roosevelt and densely formed a three-dimensional formation, launching a surprise attack on the agricultural satellite UNS-7 in front. Chapter 332. Attention, everyone, prepare the missiles. In the military channel, a man's command came. Immediately, all the MA pilots opened the missile box cover at the tail end of their MA, pressed the launch button with their fingers, and waited for the order. A minute later, the voice sounded again, launch. In an instant, hundreds of specially equipped missiles were immediately launched from the missile launchers of the MA. They densely covered the front of the MA formation, like a swarm of insects, dragging a long tail flame that was still emitting white smoke. They flew towards the huge artificial satellite UNS-7 that was like an hourglass that was put down in front of them. Among the dense cluster of specially made missiles, a nuclear bomb with a black and yellow radiation warning symbol was mixed in. Together with the other missiles, it flew toward UNS-7 at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, the dense group of specially equipped missiles mixed with a nuclear bomb finally hit UNS-7. At the narrow part in the middle of UNS-7, a cloud of colorful mist suddenly sprayed out, and then a visible impact wave and several fireballs appeared on UNS-7 at the same time, blowing up several huge gaps in the outer wall of the structure. With the sudden change in the internal pressure difference, a huge suction force was born, and the artificial land, buildings, and creatures inside immediately flew out from the position of the hole. Then the unprotected animals immediately expanded and exploded into a pile of flesh and blood under the effect of the pressure difference between the inside and outside of the body. In addition, because of the damage of UNS-7, a huge temperature difference was generated at the same time, and the water vapor inside instantly turned into ice, freezing pieces of artificial land and humans on it. Then, because of the violent explosion at the narrow connection of the artificial satellite, UNS-7 slowly broke into two parts from the middle. Without the connection, the external structure defense wall and solar panels instantly broke away from the fixation of UNS-7. With the impact of the explosion and the shock wave, they flew out in all directions. If they flew in the wrong direction, it would be like an attack, creating a large piece of damage on the already fragile UNS-7. At this time, as the garrison of UNS-7, Zaft finally woke up from the huge change. Under the leadership of their respective captains, they drove the MS and rushed toward the Ma team hovering in the universe with a crazy face. However, only a few lucky ones and ace pilots managed to evade the initial attack either by luck or by relying on their strength. The others were all killed by Ma's lasers as they rushed towards Ma's main force, dying along with UNS-7. As for the remaining MS that were lucky enough to escape the first wave of attacks, they would also be killed by the second and third wave of attack. Not a single MS could reach the Ma troops and cause them any damage. If I remember correctly, the Ma unit that launched this attack was completely wiped out by the pursuing force of Plant. It seems that after absorbing these souls, I need to think of a way to leave the main force and move to the nearby colonial satellite. I hope that at this time, there are already arms dealers or scavengers on the colonial satellite in the L4 universe. Seito sat in the cockpit of the Ma as he watched the optical image of the shattered UNS-7 satellite being broadcasted on the screen. After waiting for more than a minute, The male voice that issued the order sounded again and ordered, "Return at full speed." Damn, I just absorbed less than 100,000 souls, how can I leave like this? Saito cursed in his mind. However, as a soldier, obeying orders was necessary. Therefore, Saito could only expand the absorption range of the magic cube as much as possible, absorb as much soul energy as possible that was drifting into the universe, and then drive the Ma back to the Ma mothership, Roosevelt. Just on the way to the mothership, Roosevelt, Saito quickly scanned the inside and outside of the Ma's body with his spiritual force. After finding a place that could be tampered with, he immediately reached out and put his hand on the side wall of the Ma's cockpit. The refining array was launched. Immediately, the Ma's tail engine, which was flying well, immediately flashed, and the two thrusters' ejectors spurted flames intermittently. "What's wrong?" Zhen's voice immediately sounded in the communication channel, and asked with concern. "I don't know, maybe it was affected by the shock wave, and the thruster malfunctioned." Saito casually made up a reason and replied. "However, as a precision machine, it is reasonable for this kind of malfunction to occur at this time. After all, it is the first time that Ma is involved in the destruction of artificial satellite. It is normal for one or two of them to have problems during the process." "Can you handle it?" Zhen asked. "No, it needs professional tools to repair it," Saito denied. 0086, what's going on over there? The voice of the army commander suddenly came from the communicator. "Reporting to Sir, the Ma I drove may have been affected by the shock wave of the explosion of UNU-7. The thruster device has malfunctioned and is being dealt with," Saito immediately reported. "I see, solve it as soon as possible." After the commander said that, he cut off the communication. "Zhen, you go back with the army first, I will go back later." Saito still controlled the thruster's speed of propulsion. Gradually leaving the Ma, he drove to the back of the army, and said to Zhen in the communication channel, "Okay." Zhen agreed and then closed the communication channel. Later, Saito simply stopped the operation of the two thrusters directly, slowly opened the distance between him and the army, then hovered in the universe and began to absorb the soul power. 0086, what's the situation over there? After more than a minute, the commander of Saito's Ma still didn't follow him and asked again. "Sorry, I may need the maintenance team to pull me back," Saito said regretfully. "Well." Hearing Saito's words, the commander was silent directly, and finally said, "I see," and turned off the communicator. Obviously, the commander gave up on Saito. After all, the battle plan this time is a surprise attack. If they don't leave the scene immediately after the surprise attack, they may only die. It takes about 2 minutes to return to the Ma mothership, Roosevelt, from Junius-7, and then it takes at least half an hour for the mothership to withdraw from the universe where Junius-7 is located. This time is enough for Plant to send troops and rush to Junius-7. As a commander, it is impossible for him to send a maintenance team to delay time for a military star, otherwise, he would be a commander for nothing. "It seems that I have been abandoned," Saito said self-deprecatingly, then activated the refining formation to repair the Ma's thruster, and drove the Ma closer to Junius-7. At the same time, he muttered in a low voice, "I hope you can return to the moon's surface alive, and Zhen, I'm sorry." Saito's Ma was not far from Junius-7, so under the Ma's high-speed flight at full speed, it took less than a minute to arrive in front of Junius-7. He chose a hidden place composed of several huge pieces of debris and hid the Ma in it, then turned off the thruster and the communication system, and silenced the entire Ma in order to prevent the radar, heat source, and electronic detection of the ZAF troops that may arrive at any time. He then absorbed the soul power with peace of mind. About 3 minutes later, a large group of sparks appeared in the universe where Junius-7 is located, and after a while, hundreds of MS appeared near Junius-7 and hovered. "Damn naturals!" I'm going to kill them all. In the public channel, an angry male voice came out. Kill all naturals. In an instant, a large group of people echoed, and then gradually, everyone followed suit and shouted. Leave 3 teams to see if there are any survivors. The rest of you, follow me and catch up with those naturals who are worse than animals and kill them all. In the public channel, a male voice who was obviously the leader said, Yes. Many of the ZAF troops responded in unison, and then 15 out of the hundreds of MS moved towards Junius 7's body that was still disintegrating. The rest of the MS under the lead of one of the MS fiercely rushed into the distance. At this time, Seito also finished collecting the 700,000 soul fragments that floated out of Junius 7 and turned them into a long river of souls in the Rubik's Cube world, and flowed towards the willpower energy in the void. Outside, the 15 MS that stayed behind roughly checked Junius 7's body, and after confirming that there were no survivors, they turned around and chased after the MS troops. Few finally gone. After the 15 MS completely disappeared into the universe, and not even a spark could be seen, Seito quickly restarted the Ma, ignited the thruster, and flew out of his hiding place, and then without stopping, he flew towards the nearest L4 universe region. After about 3 hours, using various means such as meteorite drifting, he finally arrived at the L4 universe region before the Ma ran out of fuel, and flew towards the nearest colonial satellite landing port. The L4 universe region, at this time, the war that almost destroyed the entire universe region's colonial satellites hasn't happened yet, so it hasn't been abandoned and is still under the control of the East Asian Federation. There are dozens of large and small artificial resource satellites of the East Asian Federation all over it. It's a prosperous scene. Chapter 333. Of course, this had nothing to do with Seito for the time being. What he needed to care about now was how to deal with the inquiry from the East Asian Federation Army. He needed to obtain permission to board the colonial satellite and fuel supply, and then find a way to return to Earth through a special channel. Of course, it was best to do this after the Roosevelt mothership was destroyed. Otherwise, unless he hypnotized all the higher-ups in the army, there was no other way to fool the old foxes in the army. But before returning to Earth, Seito could get some more useful things in this free area where scavengers and arms dealers roam. For example, artificial satellite manufacturing technology, ecosphere manufacturing technology, and some weapon manufacturing technology. Warning: ahead is a colonial satellite belonging to the East Asian Federation. Please quickly inform us of our intentions. Otherwise, it will be regarded as trespassing, and we will use force to defend. Just when Seito's Ma flew near the colonial satellite, a male voice said in the Coalition's information channel. Sorry, I'm Ma Team Pilot Seito, belonging to the Atlantic Federation, under the 8th Joint Advance Fleet of the Universe, certification number **********. My plane is currently out of fuel. Please allow me to land and resupply. Seito also replied using the Coalition's information channel. Please stop Ma outside the safety line and wait for permission. The male voice was silent for a moment, then said, Okay. Seito agreed, then turned off Ma's thruster, stopped outside the safety line of the colonial satellite, and waited. After a while, the male voice came again. Permission has been obtained. Permission granted. Please enter from the 3rd spaceport. Permission number ********. Thank you very much. Seito entered the permission number into Ma's certification system, then restarted the thruster, flew into the colonial satellite from the 3rd spaceport according to the system's instructions, and landed. Screech, the reinforced glass cover of the cockpit opened. Seito pressed his hands on both sides of the cockpit, floated out of the cockpit, and slowly landed on the platform next to him. Waiting for him were 3 men in East Asian Federation military uniforms. "Hello, I'm Seito." Seito raised his hand to take off his helmet and wrapped it around his waist with his left arm. He saluted with his right hand and introduced himself. "Hello, Captain Seito. I'm Li Daoxing from the East Asian Federation's Colonial Satellite Guards stationed in XX." The man, who was wearing an East Asian military uniform and had the appearance and temperament of a Chinese, returned the salute. Then, he put down his hand, turned sideways, and gestured with one hand. "This way, please." "Thank you." Seito nodded and followed her. In any case, as long as he was out of space and stood on the ground, it would not be easy to hurt Seito with the current level of seed, unless they used a small laser gun or threw a nuclear bomb. The two of them left the spaceport one after the other. After they floated into the colonial satellite, Seito and the others had to control their bodies to land on the ground, then they continued to move forward without stopping. After a while, they arrived at the garrison's barracks and sent Seito to a room to settle down. But as soon as Seito entered the room, a feeling of being watched immediately arose from the bottom of his heart. "Are you suspecting my motives?" Seito put the helmet in his hand on the table in the room, without batting an eyelid, and thought to himself. Then, he ignored it, walked to the bed, and fell asleep after a while. "How is it?" In another room, a middle-aged man with black hair in his 40s looked at Seito, who was sleeping on the monitor screen, and asked Li Daoxing next to him. "I've already checked. The other party did not lie. It is indeed as he said. He is the MA team pilot of the XX battleship of the Atlantic Federation's 8th Joint Fleet, and the name is correct." Li Daoxing handed a stack of information to the middle-aged man and said. The man took the information, lowered his head, and flipped through it. After a moment, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect him to be a military star. It's just that the last part of the information states that he participated in the raid on Junius 7. Don't you think it's strange that he came to us when that unit was annihilated?" "You mean he is a deserter?" Li Daoxing frowned and said with a disgusted expression. 4 deserters, no matter which world's military organization it was, they all hated deserters. No, in that situation, it is impossible to escape with only one MA. The middle-aged man shook his head and explained, "And you saw the MA he drove. There were no traces of battle, so I suspect that his final destination was not to participate in the raid on Junius 7, but to receive a secret mission." "Do you want to arrest him and interrogate him?" Li Daoxing looked at the middle-aged man with a serious face and asked. Although the East Asia Alliance and the Atlantic Federation were both members of the Earth Federation, the difference in ideology meant that the two could not get along well, so if there was a chance to obtain the other party's secrets, they would use any means. "No, just monitor him like this. If the other party really has any mission here, then we can follow the clues and catch the big fish," the middle-aged man decided. "I understand." Li Daoxing nodded and said, "By the way, fill up the other party's MA with fuel. After all, he is an ally. We can't not even fulfill this request." The middle-aged man handed the information in his hand to Li Daoxing and smiled. "Yes." Li Daoxing nodded and responded. More than 2 hours later, Seito, who was not disturbed at all, had a good sleep. He sat up from the bed, looked at the protective suit on his body, got up and walked to the door. He opened the door and said to the soldier standing guard at the door, "Excuse me, can you find me a set of casual clothes?" "Yes." The soldier standing guard looked up and down at Seito with a blank expression and nodded. Then he turned and left the door, walking not far away. After about 10 minutes, he came back with a set of East Asia military uniform in his hand and handed it to Seito, who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed and sunbathing with his eyes closed, and said, "The clothes you want." Seito opened his eyes. Looking at the clothes that were obviously military uniforms and not casual clothes, He speechlessly took it, turned back to the room, and changed in the bathroom. After a while, Seito, who was wearing the East Asia Federation military uniform, came out of the bathroom. If other people did not know that Seito was a soldier belonging to the Atlantic Federation, just by looking at his appearance and the East Asia military uniform on his body, they would think that he was a soldier of the East Asia Federation. People would definitely mistake him for an East Asia soldier. "Can I go out for a walk?" Seito, who walked out of the room again, asked the guard at the door. "You can." The guard agreed. "That's good." Seito nodded, turned, and walked out. But he stopped again before he took 2 steps, turned around, and said to the guard behind him, I want to walk alone." "Sorry, this is an important place in the military camp. You can't get out of here without someone following you. And you're not familiar with the environment outside. I think you may need a guide." The guard still said with a blank expression, "Okay." Seito nodded helplessly and agreed. After that, the 2 of them walked out of the military camp without a single word, and strolled along the street. This familiar feeling is really good. Seito looked around at the buildings with obvious Asian, especially China style, and thought, "It's just that the group of monitors behind me is very annoying. It seems that it's impossible to find the underground organization in the colonial satellite easily." However, Seito didn't care too much and continued to stroll around. During this time, he bought a set of casual clothes in a clothing store. He took off the East Asia Alliance military uniform and threw it to the guard who followed him. Much more comfortable. Seito, who changed into casual clothes, moved his hands and feet and said with a long sigh. Then, he took the guards to a nearby entertainment place, such as a very famous nightclub. Although this made it very difficult for the guards to follow Itose, when they thought of their own mission, they immediately gave up. He gritted his teeth and followed Seito into the nightclub. "Welcome." 2 bunny girls wearing black swimsuit-like tights, black fishnet stockings on their legs, and pink bunny ear hair clips on their heads immediately came up to greet them and called out sweetly. Seito reached out his hand and grabbed the bunny girl's chest and said, "Find me a private room." "Okay." The bunny girl who was touched didn't have any change on her face, and she still nodded with a smile. She turned sideways and led Seito, and the guard who saw his behavior with an ugly face walked inside. Soon Seito and the guard came to a private room on the 3rd floor under the guidance of the bunny girl. After Seito sat down, the bunny girl said, "What do you want to order?" "Give me a bottle of red wine first, and then find 2 girls for me and him." Seito, who was sitting on the dark red sofa in the private room, pointed to the guard standing next to him. "I don't need it," the guard said with an ugly face. "We are not in the barracks now. What are you afraid of?" Seito replied casually, then continued to say to the bunny girl, "Do as I said." "Yes." The bunny girl nodded, turned around, and left the room. When she left, she closed the door behind her. After a while, the door opened, and the bunny girl with a tray with a bottle of red wine and a few glasses walked back into the room with 4 scantily dressed girls. Then the 4 girls spontaneously divided into 2 groups without any instructions. They surrounded Seito and the guard with an ugly face and started to tease them. The bunny girl, who was squatting on the ground, opened the bottle of red wine and poured it for them, then consciously left the room. After the door closed, Seito immediately became like a playboy, teasing the 2 scantily dressed girls. During the period there was drinking, flirting, and groping. However, this was just a facade. At the same time, Itose slowly released his spiritual force. With a teasing smile, he hypnotized the 4 young ladies and the guard, causing them to fall into a trance unknowingly and finally fainted. Phew! After all 5 of them fainted, Seito pulled his hands out of the 2 girls' clothes, got up, and let out a long sigh. Then he walked to the door and sensed outside. After confirming that there were no surveillance personnel, he opened the door and wandered around the nightclub. On the way, He randomly grabbed a girl and used hypnosis to ask about the nightclub manager's whereabouts. After that, he went straight to the manager. After a while, Seito came to the nightclub manager's office. Without knocking, he directly pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, two men and women with messy clothes appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The man who was leaning over the woman immediately looked up when he heard the door open. After seeing that it was a stranger who came in, he gradually stopped his movements. At the same time, he quietly opened the drawer beside him and took out a pistol. He secretly aimed at the seemingly defenseless Seito. Seito, who saw the man's movements clearly through his psychic force, smiled slightly at the man. Then, the moment the man raised his gun to shoot, he flicked a small stone with his finger. The small stone instantly crossed the distance between the two and hit the back of the man's hand holding the gun, knocking the gun out of his hand. "Who are you?" Knowing that Seito was not easy to deal with, the man stretched out his hand and pushed away the woman in front of him, who did not notice Seito's existence, and frowned. "Ah!" After being pushed away by the man and hearing his words, the woman looked around in surprise. When she saw Seito in the room, she immediately screamed and jumped off the desk. She covered her chest and lower body with both hands and ran out. When the woman ran to Seito's side, Seito suddenly slashed the woman's neck and knocked her out. At this time, Seito, who had been looking up at the man's eyes, suddenly flashed two silver lights in his eyes. A powerful psychic force immediately spread out from his eyes and pierced into the man's eyes. It broke through the man's psychic defense and forcibly controlled him. "Tell me who your behind-the-scenes boss is, his occupation, his contact information, etc." Seito ordered. "My behind-the-scenes boss is Chundiran, the CEO of XX Company. His contact information is..." The man's eyes were lifeless as he answered mechanically. "Contact him and call him here." Seito frowned and ordered. "Yes." The man answered, grabbed the phone next to him, and dialed it. Then, a deep and dignified voice came out of the communication channel. The man said a few simple words, nothing more than that he had found some good goods and wanted to invite the boss over to have a taste. After pondering for a moment, the man agreed and said that he would be there in a moment. He then ended the call. Seeing that the matter was settled, Seito casually found a place to sit in the room and quietly waited for the other party to arrive. He waited for more than an hour. During this time, in order to prevent the surveillance personnel from checking the situation in the room, Seito took some time to go back and stay for a while. "Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 334. At this time, two heavy and steady footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and then the closed door was immediately opened from the outside. A slightly chubby middle-aged man, about 1.75 meters tall, with a ruddy face and a dignified expression, walked in under the protection of another 1.80 meters tall, burly man with a serious expression, and his eyes always looking around. The bodyguard-like man immediately rushed out from behind the chubby man when he saw the woman on the ground. He stood in front of the chubby man and put on a defensive posture. His eyes were fixed on Seito, who was sitting on a chair. "Who are you?" The fat man glanced at the situation in the room behind the bodyguard. Finally, his eyes fell on Itose and asked in a deep voice, "Chundiran?" Seito stood up from his seat and did not immediately answer the other party's question. Instead, he looked at the other party and asked, "That's me, I wonder who you are." The chubby man, Chundiran, frowned and asked again, "It's good that it's you." Seito did not talk nonsense after getting confirmation. He immediately rushed in front of the bodyguard-like man. The latter's face changed drastically, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. "Gotcha." The bodyguard-like man, who was still in shock, immediately died. "You." Chundiran's face changed drastically, and he shouted in shock as he pointed at Saito. But Saito did not wait for him to finish and immediately restrained him. His eyes, infused with Jing force, instantly stared at Chen Diren's eyes. The powerful Jing force only paused for a moment, and it broke through the other party's Jing force defense. Saito was restrained. Seeing that the other party was under his control, Saito let Chen Diren go and ordered him. "Tell me your identity, occupation, everything." "Yes." Chen Diren responded mechanically and said, "My name is Chen Diren, a resident of the East Asian United Nations on Earth. Now living on XX Colonial Satellite, I have a resource mining company and a transportation company under my name, and I control 2 nightclubs. A large shopping mall." Hearing Chen Diren's self-introduction, Saito frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be different from what he thought. He is a member of the underground forces, but a legitimate businessman. Even if he obtained control of the nightclub, he used other means instead of using illegal means. "Then do you know any arms dealers?" Itsunari, who had no other choice, could only ask directly. "Yes." Chen Diren replied. Itose looked at the other party in surprise, but then he thought of the 2 companies under the other party's name. Whether it was resources or transportation, they all needed a certain amount of military protection, so it was not surprising that he knew an arms dealer. "Contact them and tell them that you have a big deal to do," Itose immediately ordered. "Yes." Chen Diren responded, turned around, walked to the desk, picked up the phone, and dialed. "Where should I choose the transaction location?" "East Asia's colonial satellite definitely can't do it. I believe they will send me away in 2 days. If it's on Earth, the war has been going on for the past few days. At the very least, there won't be any peace until October. It seems that I can only strengthen my control over Chen Diren. Let him get what I need first and wait for the right opportunity to give it to me." While Chen Diren was calling the arms dealer, Saito thought in his mind, "Okay." At this time, Chen Diren hung up the phone and looked up at Saito. "Aha." Saito nodded, turned around and walked to Chen Diren. In the other party's blank expression, he slowly released Jing force. He began to perform deep hypnosis on Chen Diren. After a while, Saito snapped his fingers, and Chen Diren, who had been in a daze, suddenly trembled. His eyes regained their color, and when he saw Saito in front of him, he immediately said respectfully, "Sir." "Chen Diren, when you see the arms dealer, buy artificial colonial satellite construction technology, the biosphere construction technology, and a nuclear fission technology from them. After you buy these technologies, return to Earth and wait for my news, then give me the information," Saito ordered. "Yes, sir." Chen Diren responded, then raised his head and said cautiously, "Sir, what if the arms dealer can't provide all the technologies? Get what you can get first, and think of a way to get what you can't get later," Saito said. "I understand, sir." Chen Diren nodded and agreed. "Also, if possible, sell all your assets on this colonial satellite before June." Saito looked at Chen Diren, who was under his control, and kindly reminded him. No matter what, Chen Diren was now working under him, and he was doing this kind of work that used a large amount of money to help him buy information. Whether it was to ensure the success of the transaction or other things, it was necessary to remind Chen Diren. "Ah." Chen Diren looked at Saito in front of him in confusion, and said in surprise. However, Saito didn't explain. He left the office and returned to his room. Then, he quietly woke them up and continued to play. "We should go back." The drunk guard looked at the time displayed on the electronic clock hanging on the wall of the box. He pushed the woman beside him aside and said to Itose, "Okay." Saito also pretended to be drunk. He pushed away the 2 women in disheveled clothes wrapped around him, stood up from the sofa shakily, and walked out with the guard. "Check." When passing by the lobby on the first floor, Sei-Ito staggered to the counter, slapped the surface of the marble counter, and said to the well-dressed female cashier behind the counter, "Sir, your order has been bought." The cashier checked the record on the computer, looked up and said, "Really, someone actually bought me a meal. Hee, that's great." Sei-Ito seemed to be really drunk. He muttered a few words with a silly smile, left the counter, and left the nightclub with the dazed guard. Then, he took a free-flying car back to the barracks and returned to his room. After returning to the room, Sei-Ito didn't even take off his clothes. He directly laid on the bed and fell asleep in a short while on the other side, in the room with the surveillance camera. The soldier who followed Sei-Ito for the day stood in front of Li Daoxing and reported Sei-Ito's movements for the day. "Just went to the nightclub for a day?" After listening to the report, Li Daoxing, who was sitting on the chair, frowned and repeated in surprise, "Yes." The guard who was standing straight immediately replied, "I see, you can go rest first." Li Daoxing nodded and waved his hand to let the guard rest. "Yes." The guard saluted, turned, and strode out of the surveillance room. "Is Sei-Ito really a drunkard in private?" Li Daoxing stood up from the chair and walked to the surveillance screen. He looked at Sei-Ito, who was sleeping on the bed, and whispered to himself. The next day, Sei-Ito didn't get out of bed until it was late in the morning. After a simple shower in the bathroom, he found Li Daoxing and asked, "I don't know if there is a fleet going to the moon base or returning to Earth recently. I want to take a fleet back to the army." "Wait for 2 days. There will be a transport ship going to the moon base in 2 days. You can take that transport ship back." Li Daoxing lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked up at Sei-Ito and said, "Okay." Sei-Ito nodded in agreement. After they finished talking about business, Sei-Ito once again wandered around the colonial satellite accompanied by the guard he followed yesterday. Then, in the afternoon, he walked into the nightclub again and found a few ladies to drink and play like a playboy. After 2 days of disguise, Li Daoxing began to despise Sei-Ito's behavior in private. It was finally time to leave. "Thank you very much for your help. You made me deeply understand the friendship between allies." Standing in the spaceport, Sei-Ito said goodbye to Li Daoxing and the guard who were sending him off. "You're welcome. It's my duty to help my allies." Li Daoxing smiled faintly. "Okay, I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future." Sei-Ito raised his hand and saluted Li Daoxing. "Have a safe trip." Li Daoxing also saluted back. Then, Sei-Ito put down his arm, turned around, and boarded the giant transport ship behind him. They flew toward the moon together. After the transport ship left the spaceport, the guard let out a long sigh and said, "Finally sent him away. These 2 days have been torturous for me." "I don't think you've been tortured to death these 2 days. You've been so beautiful." Li Daoxing turned around and slapped the back of the guard's head with a smile. "No, I can only look, touch, but not do it. That kind of suffocating feeling is too uncomfortable." The guard raised his hand and rubbed the back of his head. "Okay, I'll give you a day off. Relax." Li Daoxing smiled. "Yes, thank you, sir." The guard immediately responded loudly and left the spaceport with Li Daoxing. On the other side, after a few hours of travel, the transport ship finally arrived near Earth and stopped at the East Asian territory of the moon base. Then, Sei-Ito changed back into his protective suit and drove his Ma back to the Atlantic Alliance's territory. After passing the serial number verification, he landed in the military base. However, after Sei-Ito left the cockpit, 6 to 7 armed guards immediately surrounded him and pointed their guns at him expressionlessly. One of them, a lieutenant, stepped forward and said, "Lieutenant Sei-Ito, please come with us." Chapter 335. Say it. How did you survive on the battlefield? Did you surrender to Zaft and promise to be their spy to survive? In a closed room, behind a long metal table, 3 men wearing the military uniforms of the Atlantic Alliance and the military police sat behind the table. One of the men shouted at Itose, who was sitting on a chair with his hands cuffed by metal handcuffs and was directly illuminated by the high-brightness incandescent lamp on the long metal table. "I say, can you stop imagining things?" Seito was amused by the question as he narrowed his eyes and mocked back. "You dare to laugh at us? Do you really think we don't dare to do anything to you? Do you think your military star halo can protect you? In your dreams." The man was enraged by Seito's mockery as he slammed the table and shouted, "Forget it, I wanted to see what the interrogation in the Atlantic Alliance was like, but I didn't expect to encounter 3 retards. It's too disappointing." Seito sighed regretfully. His hands broke the metal handcuffs on his wrists, then he immediately stood up from his seat and rushed to the 3 officers. He immediately restrained them and hypnotized them. After a while, the 3 officers were shocked. They looked up at Seito, who had already sat back on the chair and restored the handcuffs with alchemy. "We already know your reason. We will report your statement truthfully. Please wait patiently. I believe the organization will give me a reasonable explanation," Seito said in a deep voice. "Don't worry." The one sitting in the middle of the 3 officers comforted Seito as he got up, then he turned to his 2 companions and said, "Let's go." Then the 3 opened the door behind them. They walked out one after another. Unus 7 happened on February 14th. It was the afternoon when he escaped to the East Asia colonial satellite in the L4 universe. Excluding the first day, he spent a total of 2 days on the East Asia colonial satellite. Then the next day, which is today, he took the transport ship back to the moon base. February 17th. Sitting in the room, Seito looked up at the metal ceiling and faintly pondered. In the silence, more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the door that had been closed during the silence suddenly opened. Then 2 military policemen walked in and said to Seito, "Brigadier General Hal Barton wants to see you." "Got it," Seito replied. He stood up from his seat and followed the 2 gendarmes out of the detention room. On the way, a military policeman led the way, Seito followed in the middle, and another military policeman monitored from behind. Silently walking through the corridor where the detention room was located, turning at a few forks, he took the elevator to the upper floor and stopped in a room where he could see part of the facilities of the lunar base from the innermost window. In the room, a man with short blonde hair, a well-built body, a square face, and a rather angular face, who looked very dignified, sat quietly on a black high-back chair with his fingers crossed. With his legs crossed, he calmly examined Seito, who followed the military policeman into the room, with his eagle-like sharp eyes. Next to him, there was a woman about 1.7 meters tall, with a slim figure wearing a white female military uniform with long brown hair that reached her shoulders. A woman in her 20s with a gentle face and a warm feeling, stood quietly on the right side of the man with her hands under her abdomen, looking at Seito with a slightly curious gaze. And Seito immediately knew her name as soon as he saw her. Mariolamias, the future captain of Arcane. "Brigadier General Hal Barton, Captain Seito is here." The 2 military policemen solemnly saluted the man in the room. "You may leave," Hal Barton said calmly. But his eyes still didn't leave Seito. "Yes." The 2 military policemen saluted, turned around and left the room, closing the door behind them. Seito, male, 20 years old, East Asian United Nations citizen, appeared in XXX for unknown reasons, and joined the army at XXX office. Because of his excellent physical test, he was directly assigned to XXX base by the recruiter, Major Anderson, for M-class piloting training. During the training, his performance was excellent, and he was rewarded by Lieutenant Colonel Cecil, the person in charge of the base. 3 months later, due to an emergency transfer order, He was transferred to the 8th Joint Advance Team of the 4th Space Fleet with the same batch of students. Later, he went to the plant border with the fleet. On October 25, CE-69 destroyed an MS during patrol. Due to special circumstances, he was promoted to second lieutenant. On November 12, CE-69, as the leader of a special operations team, he led 8 elite members to ambush a reconnaissance team from plant. At the cost of losing 5 MAs and 2 MAs, he destroyed 2 of the enemy's MAs and cooperated with them to destroy 2 of the enemy's MAs. Due to his military exploits and special circumstances, he was promoted to captain. On February 9, CE-71, he was transferred to the moon base, Tuolumne. On February 11, he attacked with the MA mothership, Roosevelt. On February 14, he blocked the Junius weapon in the universe and carried out the mission to attack Junius 7. Finally, he lost contact during the mission. With a gesture from Brigadier General Hal Barton, Marielamias, who was standing next to him, immediately picked up the document in her hand and read it out. She described all the deeds of Sei Ito since he joined the army. "That's a great achievement. You've been promoted from a private to a captain in less than a year. Apart from the so-called special needs that I know of, there's nothing wrong with it. It's all based on your own strength. If it didn't happen for real, I wouldn't believe that such a person exists." After Marielamias finished reading Sei Ito's information, Hal Barton put his hands on the table, his palms still crossed together in front of his chin, and looked at Sei Ito with admiration. Hal Barton stared at Sei Ito without blinking and said in a calm voice, "But such a star in the army, with a bright future, who could be promoted to colonel at any time, and who has a high chance of becoming a general in the future, why would he suddenly lose contact with the fleet on the return voyage, survive the complete annihilation of the fleet, and then inexplicably return on the East Asia Alliance's material transport ship? Can you tell me?" Reporting to Brigadier General Hal Barton, after the battle, my MA engine flashed due to an unknown malfunction. During this time, I reported to the commander at the time, Major Mark Armas, and said that I needed to be towed by the repair team before I could return. But I knew that, under the circumstances, it wasn't suitable for the repair team to tow me, so I decided to save myself. Relying on the 2 thrusters that were still operating normally, I sent the MA engine to a nearby small meteorite group and hid there until I was rescued by the scavenger organization and entered the L4 universe. Then I piloted the MA engine that was repaired by the scavenger organization's pilots and entered the East Asia Alliance's colonial satellite, and asked the Allies there to send me back to the moon base. That's the whole process of my escape from the battlefield. Sei Ito replied with the excuse that he had already prepared and told the 3 interrogators. Very legendary. Hal Barton put down his hands, leaned back on the back of the high-back chair, and looked at Ito Sei and said in a low voice, "But you can't deny that it's the truth." Sei Ito said, "That's right." Hal Barton nodded and said, "But even so, it doesn't mean that you can eliminate all suspicions and be exempted from all punishment." Hearing Halberton's words, Margot quickly took the last piece of paper from the document in her hand and read it. In view of Captain Sei Ito's actions, Captain Sei Ito is relieved of his duty as the MA engine's captain. He will be imprisoned for 3 months, and will not be promoted for 3 years. His salary will be deducted for a year or more. "Yes," Sei Ito replied loudly. "Come in." After Margot finished reading the punishment, Hal Barton immediately shouted outside the door. Immediately, the 2 military police who went out before immediately pushed the door open and came in. "Take him away," Hal Barton said softly. "Yes." The 2 military police immediately responded loudly, then walked to Sei Ito's side, grabbed his arm, and pushed him out of Halberton's office to the prison on the moon base. "General, isn't this too hasty? After all, there wasn't even an investigation." It's too simple to decide the punishment based on his one-sided statement. After the door closed again, Margot asked Hal Barton, "How do you want to investigate?" Hal Barton turned his chair and asked Margot with a smile. Of course, Margot was about to tell him her investigation method, but then she realized that all the people who seemed to be related to Sei-Ito had turned into space dust with the mothership, Roosevelt. Without witnesses and communication records, it was impossible for her to find a vagrant scavenger to get testimony. How was she going to investigate? Did she have to use the intelligence system buried in plant to investigate one person? Not to mention how long it would take, the manpower and material resources consumed, and the risk of exposing the intelligence personnel was not worth it. Do you understand now? Hal Barton saw Margot's expression and knew that she understood. He then said, "Instead of detaining him in prison and wasting his excellent ability, it's better to sentence him early and send him to the battlefield to increase our strength. As for those suspicions, there will naturally be surveillance personnel to keep an eye on him." "So it's like that." Margaret nodded in realization. "So, sometimes things don't have to be done step by step according to the rules. It's also a good choice to be flexible." Hal Barton looked at Margot and smiled. "I understand." Margot seriously remembered Halberton's words in her heart and nodded. Chapter 336. It's awesome to watch without advertisements. On the second day after Sei-Ito was sent to prison, which was February 18th, Plant Speaker Klein issued a declaration of freedom and a declaration of complete resistance to the Earth Alliance during the state funeral held to mourn the victims of Bloody Valentine. He also expressed that priority would be given to countries that did not participate in the Earth Alliance. In this regard, the United Oceania and the United South America, which were not members of Plant, responded positively. On February 19th, the United Army directly invaded the United South America and carried out military suppression on the Panama spaceport. The South American continent was merged into the Atlantic Federation. On February 20th, influenced by the military actions of the Atlantic Federation, the Oceania United criticized the military actions of the United Army invading Central and South America and expressed their support for Plant, thus becoming a pro-Plant country. In response, the Earth Alliance declared war on the Oceania United. On February 22nd, the Earth Alliance and ZFT engaged in a fierce battle at the Earth Alliance's bridgehead to the Moon L1 World Tree. The United Army sent the 1st to 3rd Fleets into the fierce battle. On the other hand, ZFT experimentally put the neutron interference device, with the ability to suppress nuclear fission, into actual combat. Although it was successfully proven to be effective, ZFT inevitably suffered great losses in the battle between the two sides. In the end, the World Tree was destroyed into dust on the gravel belt. Among them, the most eye-catching performance was piloted by Juhel Kreutzer. In this battle, he destroyed a total of 37 Earth Alliance MAVs and 6 battleships. He was awarded the Nebula Medal by Plant for his contributions. Half a month after the World Tree battle, on March 8, ZFT began to attack Earth. ZFT attacked the Victoria spaceport in the first landing operation from orbit to Earth. However, this operation ultimately failed because they did not have the support of ground forces. On April 1, April Fool's Day, ZFT began to spread seed interference devices on Earth. Due to the influence of this neutron interference device, the United Nations on Earth experienced a serious energy crisis, causing the United Nations on Earth to fall into a state of shortage of supplies. Some people even starved to death. The public's anti-plant sentiment reached its peak. On April 2, ZFT took advantage of the chaos. From orbit, they landed the base facilities in batches in the port of the pro-plant countries Oceania and Australia, Carpentaria, and completed the infrastructure of the Carpentaria base within 48 hours. During this period, the United Pacific Fleet to meet the attack. However, it ended in a crushing defeat. On the 17th of April, the 5th and 6th Fleets of the Joint Forces launched an attack on the moon base of Tuolumne, targeting Plant's home country. They clashed with ZNFT near the resource satellite Yakin-Duway, under the management of Plant. After this incident, the Plant Council decided to change Yakin-Durai into a defensive fortress from the point of view of defending the country. On the 3rd of May, Zaft began their attack with Ptolemy as their target. They set up a base in the Lorenz crater on the inner side of the Moon. The two sides divided the Moon into two parts with the Grimaldi crater as the boundary. From then on, the lunar front is known as the Grimaldi Front. On May 18, Seito finished his 3-month sentence and was released from prison. However, the higher-ups did not call him back immediately. Instead, they allowed him to move freely. However, Seito could feel the gazes of the surrounding existences locking onto him at all times. May 20th. Earth's base Carpentaria was officially completed, and the MS Dean, which had been developed in advance as a ground combat force, was equipped with it. On the 22nd of May, Zaft used the base Carpentaria as a bridgehead and officially began their attack on Earth's strongholds in the Mediterranean. This was the first Casablanca naval battle. On the 25th of May, the joint forces, with the Eurasian Federation Army as the main force, Mediterranean Fleet clashed with Zaft's submersible carrier fleet. Zaft's MS Dean was used in actual combat for the first time. The victorious Zaft invaded the Mediterranean and began to invade from the north coast of Africa to the south. Zaft began to build a base in Gibraltar. On the 30th of May, the joint forces and Zaft's ground forces began a war in El Alamein. Facing the large tank forces of the Eurasian Federation, Zaft fell into a difficult battle. However, under Andy Baltfield's strange plan, the MS Baku was able to achieve great results. From then on, Zaft began to invade from the north coast of Africa. After this battle, Andy Baltfield received the title of Tiger of the Desert. On the 2nd of June, the Joint Forces' important resource base, Endemai at the Grimaldi battlefront began a war. Although they suffered a painful blow from the annihilation of the Third Fleet, the Joint Forces deliberately made the equipment Cyclops, which was originally used to destroy mineral deposits, facilities, and melt ice containing rare metals, go out of control and defeated the Zaft army. However, the Joint Forces also suffered heavy losses. In this battle, the MS Morbius piloted by Mullah Flag downed 4 Jins and was known as the Eagle of Endemai. This battle was the first battle after Seito was released from prison. While downing 7 MS, he also collected more than 10,000 soul fragments. Because of the impact of this battle, Zaft abandoned the Grimaldi battlefront and temporarily retreated from the Moon. On the 14th of June, the Joint Forces and Zaft began a war on the L4 resource satellite, Nova, under the management of the United Nations of East Asia. However, neither side gained a decisive advantage. In nearly a month, there were continuous small-scale confrontations, during which most of the L4 colonial satellites were damaged. In this battle, Seito collected about 3,000 soul fragments. On the 12th of July, the Joint Forces abandoned Nova, and Zaft decided to convert it into a military fortress and moved it to L5, Plant Country. From then on, large-scale military operations between the two sides decreased, but whether on Earth or in space, small-scale confrontations continued to occur, and the war entered a stalemate. In order to open up the war, the Joint MS Development Plan, Project G, proposed by the 8th Fleet Brigadier General Hal Barton was readopted, and Aubrey's company Dawn Society was also involved. Together with the MS Archangel, which was used as a carrier ship, it began to be officially developed in Heliopolis. In August, Seito, who felt that there was less surveillance, applied for a vacation. After being approved, he took a transport back to Earth and secretly met with Chen Diran on Earth. From the other side, he obtained the biosphere construction technology and the nuclear fission technology that was already considered useless. At the same time, Seito once again asked Chundiran to contact the arms dealer and asked for the neutron interference device parts, MS manufacturing technology, MA manufacturing technology, space battleship manufacturing technology, and other technologies. Of course, Seito didn't think that Chundiran could obtain these technologies with only his financial resources, so this request was just in passing, and he wanted to get as much as he could. As for the rest, he would naturally find a way to make up for it. Seito, who obtained the biosphere construction technology and nuclear fission technology, directly entered the Rubik's Cube world and threw the two pieces of information into the Gate of Truth. He found Lakshata, Lloyd, Cecil, and Nina and handed over the nuclear fission technology to them. At the same time, he asked them if they could find a way to solve neutron interference. After receiving the new information, the four of them immediately immersed themselves in research and advanced the miniaturization of nuclear power one step further. During the research and development period, they thought about the feasibility of neutron interference. In September, Seito, who ended his month-long vacation, returned to the lunar base again and threw himself into small-scale conflicts with Zaf. He absorbed dozens of soul energy at a time to replenish his willpower. On October 22, in order to break the stalemate and improve the state of hunger, the goal was to end the war. Under the guidance of Teacher Marchio, the Earth's Joint Secret Secretary Albany and Speaker Klein planned to have a secret meeting, but the negotiation failed in the end. Teacher Marchio, that mysterious guy, he's in almost every field. I really don't know who he is. Seito looked at the news about Teacher Marchio and thought to himself, however, from the idealistic words he often talks about fate, he might be the representative or leader of the religious system that has completely fallen in the seed world. That's the only way to explain why he has so much influence and resources. It's already December, and there's only a month left until the year CE 71, which is only 3 months away from the beginning of the plot. It's time to find a way to go to Heliopolis. Seito ended his speculation about Marchio's identity and shifted his attention to the plot. After all, if he followed the Great Heaven, it would be easier to obtain some things. For example, Gundam's OS and data, and some of OB's technology. However, before he could do anything, the order from above came down. He was to escort a batch of supplies to Heliopolis and temporarily stay in Heliopolis for a month while waiting for the next batch of escorts to arrive. Someone really sent me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Seito held the transfer order and shook his head in amusement. He returned to his room and roughly organized his belongings. Then, he went to the spaceport, met with the personnel in charge of the transport, and boarded the transport ship to wait for departure. After a while, with a slight vibration, the transport ship slowly left the lunar base and flew at high speed toward Heliopolis, the satellite that OB belonged to. About 3 hours later, with another vibration, the transport ship landed on a military space port in Heliopolis. Seito and the personnel in charge of the transport ship walked out of the transport ship and met the officer who came to greet them. The middle-aged officer who came to greet them extended his right hand and shook hands with Seito and the person in charge of the transport ship. "Welcome." The person in charge of the transport ship smiled and said politely, "You're welcome. This is Seito, the escort for this trip and the person who will be stationed for the next month." The person in charge of the transport ship introduced him to the middle-aged officer. "I know, the big star in the military. With him around, I feel much more at ease." The middle-aged officer laughed. "It's just a title," Seito said humbly. "Okay, let's go down and take a seat. Someone will take care of the supplies," the middle-aged officer said. "Okay." Seito and the person in charge of the transport ship agreed together. Then, the middle-aged officer led them through a secret passage to the inside of the satellite. In the secret factory where the Archangel was being built, they walked into a bright room and sat down to chat. More than 2 hours later, a young officer walked into the room and reported to the middle-aged officer that the supplies have been loaded and unloaded. Then, the person in charge of the transport ship got up from his seat, said goodbye to the middle-aged officer and Seito, and left the secret factory. After that, Seito didn't stay any longer. He asked the middle-aged officer to find a place for him to live in on Heliopolis. After he settled down, he also left the secret factory. Under the guidance of the young officer, who came in to report, they returned to the surface of Heliopolis and went to the room arranged for Seito to live temporarily. "It's here." After the officer opened the door, he said to Seito beside him. "Very good." Seito thanked him. "If there is no problem, I will take my leave first. There are still some things I need to deal with." The officer said. "No problem, you can go," Seito said. Then the officer nodded politely to Seito, turned around, left the room, and returned to the secret factory. According to the official and external information of the Gundam Seed World, in addition to the Archangel that is currently under construction in Heliopolis and the 5 Gundams that are being given to the Earth, there are also 2 heretical Gundams that were privately built by the Abu Dawnlight Society. We can steal them and then extract the relevant data and information of the Gundams, especially the PS phase transfer armor. If we put it on the Nightmare, it will definitely be invincible on Earth. Seito walked to the chair in the room and sat down. He thought to himself, and I can also take a part of the world's power from the protagonists in the outside world. This is definitely a good deal. With a decision made, Seito stopped thinking about it. He got up and briefly familiarized himself with the layout of the room, then took a shower and went to rest. The next morning, after Seito ate the breakfast he made himself, in addition to strolling around the secret factory, he spent the whole day wandering around the Heliopolis Industrial College. During this day, he found the laboratory belonging to the Dawnlight Society where he worked in Kira University. Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation. For the latest chapters, please log on to. Reading is a pleasure, it is recommended that you collect it. For more full-length TXT novels, please download here. Chapter 337. After confirming the location of the laboratory, Seito didn't take action immediately. Instead, he spent another day outside the laboratory to observe the structure of the laboratory as well as the conditions of entry and exit so that he could revise his action plan. Then, on the 3rd day after arriving in Heliopolis, he went to the laboratory again and captured a male staff member who was about to enter the laboratory. He then used him to bring him into the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, Seito quietly approached the person in charge of the laboratory, an old doctor. He used his mental power to slowly influence the old doctor's mind. Then, when the old doctor got up and left the laboratory, he quickly followed him. When no one noticed, he controlled the old doctor and made him lead him into a secret manufacturing factory in the depths of the laboratory. In this secret factory, a large number of staff members were busy in front of a series of sophisticated instruments. The basic construction of a red and a blue Gundam had been completed. Only some of the system settings and functions were not completed yet. The 2 Gundams were lying quietly on 2 huge steel bedboards. Dozens of data transmission lines were connected to various parts of the 2 Gundams' bodies, and the colorful signal lights were constantly flashing. "Doctor?" At this time, a female researcher saw the doctor and Seito walking in and called out in surprise. Seeing this, Seito didn't waste any time. 2 smoke bombs appeared in his hands, and he pulled open the bolt and threw it into the crowd. After the crowd panicked because of the sudden smoke, Sei-Ito immediately move. Under the cover of the white smoke, Sei-Ito turned into a black shadow and shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, knocking out the researchers one by one. They were imprisoned in the Rubik's Cube world. After all the researchers were taken away, Sei-Ito slowly walked to the instrument, took out a computer, and began to transfer the data in the instrument to backup it. About an hour later, after using one of Sei-Ito's 100-gigabyte hard drives, he finally completed the backup of the various data in the instrument. Then, Sei-Ito saved the data on the instrument one by one, and put the instrument into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, after dealing with the instrument, Sei-Ito walked to a huge rectangular super-hardened glass window. He waved his hand and shattered the super-hardened glass in front of him. He jumped into the Gundam's parking room through the broken window, and put all the things related to the Gundam into the Rubik's Cube world. At the moment when Ito-sei finished looting the secret factory, he was shocked. A huge amount of world force suddenly flowed out of the void and poured into Sei-Ito's body, washing his body and making him more and more compatible with the characteristics of the world force. The purity of the energy in his body was purified, and his spiritual power, which had been at the peak of the advanced beginner stage for a long time, was promoted to the intermediate stage. In a flash, Sei-Ito only felt a sudden pop sound in his mind, as if something had broken. Then, he saw the spiritual core in his mind, which was emitting a silver-white light, suddenly turned into countless silver-white tiny particles and exploded. After spreading to a certain extent, they suddenly stopped, and then flocked to the most central position at a faster speed than when they exploded. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a crystal-clear core emitting a magnificent silver-white light, guarding the pitch-black brain space. Then, Sei-Ito felt his spiritual power suddenly explode by a large margin, and it spread out uncontrollably, instantly breaking through the outer wall of the secret factory. It penetrated the laboratory above and continued to spread toward Heliopolis. Is it because I'm in the universe? This range is almost 10 times larger than on Earth. Sei-Ito felt the huge spiritual perception space that suddenly spread out, and thought to himself, "That's the Archangel. 5 Archangels. Margot, Daiwa Kira, Flay and those supporting characters." Feeling the huge amount of information that was suddenly transmitted to him through his spiritual perception, Sei-Ito, who had the experience of being shocked in World C, immediately blocked off the useless information and began to use his consciousness to control his perception to observe. Soon after, he discovered the main and supporting characters in Heliopolis. TSK. Flay's figure is not bad. She's perky in the front and perky in the back. That Kira, Sei-Ito's spiritual perception saw that Flay was currently sitting in the bathroom of her home, taking a bath. Therefore, Flay, who was completely unaware that someone was spying on her, unreservedly exposed her figure to Sei-Ito's eyes. "Forget it, now isn't the time to be spying. Let's leave this place first." Thinking that the place he was staying in wasn't too safe, Sei-Ito immediately retracted his spiritual perception and quickly left the secret processing plant. He returned to the surface through another tunnel and returned to the residence arranged for him. After returning to his residence, Sei-Ito locked all the doors and windows of his room, and his figure flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Similarly, he first summoned the Gate of Truth and made a copy of the information he had snatched. Then, he brought the copied information to the laboratory where Lakshata and the other 3 were, and threw the information to them. This is a set of design parameters and construction information for a space combat weapon. "Take a look," Sei-Ito said to the 4 after Cecil received the information. "Oh." Lloyd pushed up the glasses on his nose with interest and turned to look at Cecil. The latter understood and walked to the side. He connected the hard disk to the computer and displayed the data on the huge electronic screen in the laboratory. In an instant, the design blueprints and parameters of two 3D Gundam appeared on the screen. After a while, Seito walked to Lakshada's side and asked them, "How is it?" "A great design, but its flexibility is too poor. This kind of body is only suitable for space. If it's placed on land, the Nightmare can easily defeat this toy. Also, the requirements for the pilot are too high. Without good physical fitness and reflexes, it's basically impossible to drive this kind of thing. Also, the OS is really rough. It can't even compare to the Nightmare's OS," Lakshada said with one hand crossed in front of his chest and the other hand in his mouth. "Not bad, but the PS relative transfer armor is a good thing. If it's placed on the Nightmare, it will greatly increase the Nightmare's defense. I just don't know how effective it is against radiation waves," Lloyd also said with his strange voice. "Also, the application principle of the beam weapon can greatly enhance the attack power of the radiant wave weapon. It's also a good thing." After being influenced by willpower for so long, and being surrounded by scientists she respected, Nina's timid personality had improved a lot. She also spoke at this time. "Do you have the actual body?" Lloyd turned to Seito and asked. "I got two, but it seems like some functions and settings are not completed. Is that okay?" Seito nodded and said, "It's fine as long as there are samples," Lloyd said with a strange smile. "Since you got the body, you didn't let go of the researchers, right?" As the person who had been in contact with Seito for the longest time, Lakshada understood a bit about his method. He looked at Seito with a half-smile and said, "Well, I caught a batch, but they were just sent in and haven't been trained yet. They might not be of much help to you, so you have to rely on yourself for most things," Seito admitted straightforwardly. "All right, send the mech over," Lakshada said. "Okay." Seito agreed, closed his eyes, and merged his mind into the Rubik's Cube. In an instant, the two Gundams and all the related instruments were transferred to the open space behind the laboratory. Then he opened his eyes and said to the four of them, "They and the related instruments have been placed in the open space behind the laboratory." Then Seito's mind moved again. Valletta, who was watching TV at home, and Karen, who was chatting with her mother, suddenly appeared in the laboratory. After the two adapted to the change of space and saw the environment and the person in front of them, they exclaimed in surprise, "Seito." "Long time no see, Karen, Valletta," Seito greeted the two with a smile. "You guys are." Valletta had experience in the military after all. After the initial surprise, she immediately thought of the current environment and asked in confusion, "There are some things that I need the help of the two of you." Seito explained what he needed the two's help. It was nothing more than driving the Nightmare and Gundam to assist the four of them to complete some data development test. "Got it." Valletta nodded and said. Although Karen also nodded in agreement, her expression was somewhat gloomy. Seeing this, Seito naturally knew that Karen was disappointed because he hadn't seen her for a long time, and when they met again, he needed her to help with the experiment. Seeing this, Seito walked to Karen's side, reached out and held her hand. When Karen looked up at him in a daze, he gave her a gentle smile. In an instant, Karen felt her heart warm up, and the gloomy expression on her face disappeared immediately. "By the way, Dr. Lloyd, if I ask you to build another Avalon now, can you do it?" Then, Seito turned to look at Lloyd and Cecil and asked, "If I have the materials, I should be able to." Lloyd frowned and nodded, then looked at Seito and said, "But if you want to send it into space, it won't be possible. The technology required is too lacking." "I understand, I will try my best to get those technologies back," Seito said. "Then there's no problem." Lloyd nodded. "Okay then, you guys go ahead," Seito said. Lloyd and the other three nodded tactfully, then left Seito's side, giving space to Seito, Karen, and Valletta. "Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 338. After everyone left, Ito held Karen's hand in one hand and Velretta's hand in the other. The three of them walked up the stairs to the empty ceiling. He then turned to Karen and Velretta and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I haven't visited the two of you for a while." "It's okay, I know you're busy. I understand." Velretta's dark brown cheeks blushed unnoticeably. She seemed to have returned to the state when she lost her memory. She shook her head gently and said, "It's okay, me too," Karen quickly said when Velretta beat her to it. "Thank you for your understanding, but it won't happen again in the future. As long as the time and environment permit, I will come in to accompany you, I promise." Itose said as he stepped forward, reached out and hugged the two of them in his arms, and said softly to them. The two of them blushed when Ito hugged them. A hint of happiness flashed in their eyes. They then nodded in Ito's arms at the same time, indicating that they understood. Ito hugged the two of them quietly for a moment before letting them go. He then waved his hand and a round table and 3 chairs appeared on the ceiling. He also placed some desserts and black tea on the round table. The three of them then pulled out a chair and sat down. They ate snacks and drank black tea while listening to the two of them talk about their lives in the Rubik's Cube world. After a long while, Ito felt that it was almost time to say goodbye to the two of them. He then left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the room in the Seed world. Of course, when Itose left, he naturally didn't forget to extract willpower from the captured Dawn Society researchers and put them into the willpower energy cluster to brainwash them like boiling frogs in warm water. Humph! In the Rubik's Cube world, after Ito left, Karen and Velretta, who had been very friendly, looked at each other at the same time. After they looked at each other quietly, they snorted at each other and returned to the laboratory to assist Lloyd and the others in their experiments. Outside, after a night of rest, Ito once again contacted Diran, who was on Earth, and asked him to bring the information he had obtained to Heliopolis for the transfer. Then, he began to train in the room. He wanted to adapt to the disharmony of his body after the transformation by the World Force. 3 days later, after 3 days and 65 hours of training, Ito, who was familiar with his body, met Diran again. He also obtained the neutron interference device, as well as some technical information about the space battleship manufacturing technology, such as the parameters and manufacturing of the special alloy used in the battleship, the parameters and manufacturing of the ship's oxygen circulation system, the parameters and manufacturing of the gravity control system, the parameters and manufacturing of the temperature control system, ANTS, the parameters and the manufacturing of the ship's temperature control system, ANTS. Ito was already mentally prepared for this, so he didn't say much. He waved his hand and asked Diran to leave before he continued to collect information for himself. After Diran left, Ito directly brought these things into the Rubik's Cube world. After making a backup of the Gate of Truth, he threw them all to Lloyd and the others to study. While Lloyd, Lakshata, Cecil, and Nina were studying the new information, he took Karen and Velretta to play in the Rubik's Cube world. In the following month, Ito went to the secret processing factory every day to show his presence and concern for the safety of the factory. He devoted himself to the Rubik's Cube world and assisted Lloyd and the others in their research work. At the same time, he dealt with the newly captured members of the Dawn Society. After more than half a month of persuasion, temptation, and brainwashing with willpower, the members of the Dawn Society finally gave up resistance. After a few of them requested to bring their family members into the Rubik's Cube world, they immediately cooperated with Ito's work and carried out expanded research on the Nightmare and Gundam with Lloyd and the others. Through complementing each other's technology, the practical performance and power of the Nightmare and Gundam were enhanced. And Ito did not go back on his word. As promised, He brought the family members of the researchers in Heliopolis into the Rubik's Cube world to meet with him. As for the rest who were still in Audubon, he could only find another opportunity to take them in. On this day, because of the end of the garrison time, after Sei-Ito completed the handover with the Earth Alliance soldiers who came to take over the shift, he returned to the moon base on the transport ship that had finished unloading the supplies. On the day he returned to the base, he submitted a leave application to the military personnel office. Considering that the Earth Alliance and plant were now in a short period of peace, the military personnel office quickly approved Sei-Ito's leave application. After receiving the permission, Sei-Ito did not stay on the moon for long. He quickly took the civilian transport plane from the moon to Earth and returned to Earth. Then, he took a plane to Audubon. Since I'm in Audubon, I have to break into the Dawn Society no matter what. Then, I'll try to settle the matter in Audubon in the shortest time possible. I'll go to the DSSD organization to steal information, stargazers, and those scientists. As for the future protagonist, Real Flying Bird, forget it, he's just a guy who's too much of a chunibu. Anyway, if everything goes well, he probably won't stay here until CE-73. Sei-Ito sat in the unmanned hovercraft that was heading to the city of Audubon in the airport while admiring the distant sea view. More than half an hour later, the hovercraft drove into the city of Audubon and stopped in front of the largest hotel in the city. Sei-Ito walked out of the hovercraft and was led into the hotel lobby by the doorman. He asked for a room at the front desk and checked in. Then, he left the hotel around 9 o'clock in the evening. According to the address provided by the captured researchers, he found the residence of the relatives and captured them into the Rubik's Cube world. Fortunately, there were only a few researchers who proposed to pull their relatives into the Rubik's Cube world. Other than wasting some time moving back and forth, it did not take much time to capture them. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, all the researchers were captured into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei-Ito rushed to the location of the Dawn Society provided by the researchers. After a while, Sei-Ito came to a place near the coastline of Audubon. It was surrounded by a tall iron fence that was about 6 meters tall. It looked like a warehouse, but it was not a warehouse. It looked like a military camp, but it was not a military camp. Then, Sei-Ito chose a place. After a simple run-up, he jumped over the iron fence and landed on the ground on the other side of the iron fence. Then, Sei-Ito immediately released his spiritual power and scanned the entire building complex. Sure enough, the Earth is different from the universe. The range of my spiritual power is 9 times smaller than when I was in the universe. He felt the difference between the universe and the Earth before and after the upgrade of his spiritual power. Sei-Ito thought to himself. Found it. Just as Sei-Ito was carefully distinguishing the difference between his spiritual power before and after the upgrade, a room full of various instruments appeared in Sei-Ito's spiritual perception. Then, Sei-Ito withdrew the spiritual power he released, leaving only the spiritual power that could be used to perceive the room as a guide. He walked toward the room. At this time, in a dim room, there was a woman wearing blue cowboy pants. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved pullover shirt. Her long brown hair was tied up high, leaving only the slightly curved sideburns hanging naturally. She looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, and looked like a married woman. She was holding a cup of coffee and sitting on a small swivel chair. She crossed her right leg and looked at the data on the computer screen in front of her. She seemed to be researching something. Just as she was about to put the coffee cup in her hand to her mouth, a slow and rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly came in. Then, her expression changed. He quickly ran to the table at the side and opened the drawer. He took out a handgun and removed the magazine. After checking the condition of the bullets, he immediately reloaded the handgun. He loaded the handgun and held it to his ear with both hands. He quietly walked to the front of the door and listened with a serious expression on his face. At this time, she heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. Soon, it sounded like it was right next to her ear. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped outside the door. Seeing this, the brown-haired woman slowly took a deep breath. She fiercely turned around and aimed at the door, waiting for the door to open so that she could launch a surprise attack. Schwa, after waiting quietly for 2 to 3 seconds, the sensor door suddenly retracted into the wall beside her. The brown-haired woman immediately pulled the trigger several times while facing the door. Then, she turned around and hid behind the wall, leaning her ears to listen. But the screams or painful groans she expected didn't come out. The brown-haired woman immediately knew that her previous attack had failed. At the same time, she also knew that the enemy was difficult to deal with. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind the door. Before the brown-haired woman could react, the shadow suddenly reached out and whipped her wrist. Only a clear "paw" sound was heard. The brown-haired woman's hands immediately loosened, and the pistol fell to the ground. Then, the black shadow reached out and caught it. He turned around and pointed the gun at the brown-haired woman. At this time, the black shadow retreated to the side and turned on the lights in the room. Then, Sei-Ito and the brown-haired woman's faces clearly appeared in each other's eyes. "Who are you?" the brown-haired woman asked Sei-Ito while gently rubbing her hand that still felt pain. "Erica Simmons." Sei-Ito looked at the woman in front of him and said, "You know me." Erica Simmons looked at Sei-Ito in surprise. Then, she quickly thought in her mind, "My true identity is a secret to the outside world. Other than some core members of the Dawn Society, only Ashar's representative, Lord Lund, and a few other important people know. Now that he called out my name, it's obvious that someone in the Dawn Society leaked the information. If I can survive this time, I must find this bastard. I didn't expect to catch a big fish." Hearing Erica Simmons' question, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Hearing this, Erica Simmons frowned and didn't say anything. Sei-Ito didn't care about Erica Simmons' reaction. He began to look around and looked at the layout of the room. Seeing Sei-Ito looking around, Erica Simmons' eyes flashed. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and jumped into Sei-Ito's arms. She reached out her hands to remove the gun in Sei-Ito's hand. But Erica Simmons didn't know that even if Sei-Ito wasn't looking at her, he could still see her every move. So, when she rushed into his arms, he immediately raised the gun in his hand and dodged Erica Simmons' hand. At the same time, he reached out with his other hand and pulled Erica Simmons' body into his arms. The sudden force immediately broke Erica Simmons' balance. Her upper body fell uncontrollably into Sei-Ito's arms, causing all of her attacks to fail. "Are you feeling lonely because you're alone in an empty room? You actually took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. What a good thing." After Erica Simmons's plump breasts were tightly pressed against his own chest, Ito-Sei's hand that was holding the gun quickly fell back and pressed against her temple. He then lowered his head and teased Erica Simmons, who was in his arms. "Yes, I'm very lonely." Erica Simmons' expression immediately changed, and she smiled gently. "Is that so? It just so happens that I'm very free now. We can have a deep conversation and discuss the origin and reproduction of life." Sei-Ito moved his head closer to Erica Simmons' ear and licked her earlobe. When the latter's body instinctively trembled, he opened his mouth to tease her. "Sure, there's a big bed inside. Let's go there." Erica Simmons quickly suppressed her body's instinctive reaction and continued to smile gently. "Okay." As Sei-Ito spoke, he took a step forward and stabilized Erica Simmons' feet on the ground. Then, he took another step forward and pushed Erica Simmons' body backward. The moment Erica Simmons fell backward, she suddenly extended her left leg between Sei-Ito's legs and hooked it. At the same time, she wrapped one hand around Sei-Ito's neck and raised the other hand to place it on Sei-Ito's wrist holding the gun. Then, she suddenly twisted her body and a force was born. If Saito really fell from this sudden attack, Erica Simmons could use the force to push Saito and flip over to straddle him. At the same time, her hand on the wrist holding the gun could be removed from Saito's hand. Then, she could counterattack Saito. However, this was all based on the fact that Erica Simmons was dealing with an ordinary person. Saito was not an ordinary person, so he did not react to Erica Simmons' attack at all. He looked at Erica Simmons with a faint smile on his face. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.